remorse and confusion at equal measure. As I return to my throne with my foot on the black stone with Hebrew letters, silence swallows my courts. The justice becomes stiff as a corpse as the weight of my words sit in their thoughts. Priests of infinite force, their faces etched with questions, then shook like an etch-a-sketch. Out the text, how did he resurrect? I'm out of the second death, the house of Melchizedek. Not dying, just held my breath. Start climbing from hell steps. The gravity of the situation began to settle. They said horrified, he's in the skin of the devil. An eerie suspense, each discovery echoed. Chambers of whispered fears and fractured stories of my missing years. Now I'm back on glory. The enigmatic writing with the tip of a lightning is frightening. In my textbook that death put with hearses, writing fork green verses and red hooks inside of my bed-style bars. It's all shots. I found skills in Brownsville, wall to wall with ops. More things I jot, more things to watch. From the task push to Flatbush, the ring around the block, all the hood flicks and Bushwick. It's like I wrote with a bullet from my memoirs gun. Triggers, ideas pulled it. The results unschooled the reality. Sun Tzu's mentality. This kung fu that balanced me. With teeth makes me the Alpha Omega MC. Greatness. I died laughing, attended my own funeral, left wine glasses, shedding tears of joy like weddings. In the atmosphere near destroyed. My index on Jesus' death. Till I get my point across. Took the stride of torrents, trying to wipe the anointing off. Lamps with no oil, y'all vessels for the devil. Throw shade, roll over in your grave, I got the shovel. My face in the terror. Read your palm, see the storm, escape from the ghetto. Where the air thickens a pair of griffins. Above the stained glass window sitting. Angels clash in my writtens. There's blood, painting, ashes in my scriptures. Back off, this ain't what you asked for, it's forbidden. You don't need a passport, all you need is a thought, it's cemented. Dimensions, you're going in and coming out every sentence. Peace to Kai Zodiac, Star Map Ascension. Priesthood recordings, standing ovation, the whole nation. I can see Julius Caesar applauding. The search now through purple clouds. Shout out to Thurston Howe, polo shirts through power. Ourselves roar across. Ralph Lauren, behold a pale horse. Young men that fell court. Some sell, some snort, some nail to the cross, while others make bail. That's jail in New York, in every city, state, and every coast. Though there's plenty ways to never choke. Never choke.
Peace and blessings to the family. It's Wednesday. It's Woo Wednesday. It's Royal Priesthood Wednesday. It's your brother Nalik One Lobby here in the building, holding it up on the Killah Podcraft. We have a special guest and special guest by special request up in here today. So we're going to get some straightening going on. We have a dynamic author, poet, educator, community activist, and she a Gemini, y'all. Okay, so you already know what happens when you get a Gemini and a Gemini present at the same time. So magical, mystical stuff is about to happen. So it becomes my honor and privilege at this time to introduce something to others. A phenomenal mastermind, a poetess, and an artist in every sense of the word. DC's own. Okay, she's from the DC area, y'all. She's from the DC area. Okay, the real J Mills. Welcome, Queen. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, feeling great. Thank you for having me.
Yes. You got a magnificent event coming up. So let's start there. Let's talk about this event. You know, one of many events you've thrown over the years. I heard you like DMV royalty when it comes to events. So what is this event about, and then how did you get into the event space?
Thank you. We have the Black Love Lunch coming up on Sunday, February 15th from noon to 4 p.m. I like to host experiences where the mission is education and valuable networking and a celebration of yourself and your senses. So for the Black Love Lunch, I'm so excited about this menu with Chef Lexi Crocker. I plan events that I would love to be the guest of, I
Mm.
like to create what I don't see. So, for this one, this grits bar, I'm excited to see what that's about. Oxtail and grits and salmon and grits and shrimp and grits, and we got jerk chicken and waffles,
What?
all the things you love about breakfast, all the things you love about a soul food brunch, the yams, the mac and cheese, the collard greens with the home fries, scrambled eggs to order. That's on the luxe side. If you get the general admission, we have a really nice grazing table with a wide selection of assorted fruits and cakes and pastries and jams and cheeses and crackers and all of the things that we love with the nice charcuterie spread. And the performances, curated R&B singers giving us the atmosphere of love. It's not for couples specifically, although couples are welcome and a lot of couples are coming. Um, I wanted just to celebrate all things Black. It's Black History Month. It's the 100th
Mhm.
anniversary of Black History Month. So we're celebrating Black businesses. We got a Black forest, the Black florist. Shout outs to New Organics. One of her many
Um,
talents is being an amazing florist. So if you need your roses, definitely want to her. We have Green Girl Magic, who makes chocolates that rival Godiva, who's also there blessing us with some gifts. It's just an all around great experience, a great exposure to great Black brands, a great opportunity if you're a Black business owner to network with the folks that want to support your brand and other folks that make sense for strategic business alliances. It's a productive time.
bomb, bomb, diggy, bomb, the dang, the dang, dang. Okay, I'm gonna have to get. I might have to catch a flight. You know what I'm saying? Oxtail and grits. Okay, oxtail and grits and salmon. Might have to buy me a table for the F of it. Like, all right, nah, don't sit next to me, fam.
Yeah.
Not sit next to me.
Great food, great music, great people, private location, uptown DC.
Yeah,
It's gonna be a great time.
yeah. Might come up in there with my top hat on. Okay.
Yes. Thank you for sponsoring a general admission ticket. I'm really looking forward to giving that away to a supporter of both our brands.
Yeah, we gotta support the real man. I mean, when you put on events, you never have enough. You know what I'm saying? You never have enough. Like you could have everything covered, and it'd be like one thing, and then I'm telling you, like a couple tickets be the difference between that thing being there and not being there. So it's like, all right,
Mhm.
yeah. So definitely understand that wholeheartedly. So you said you wanted to, you put on events slash experiences that you would love to be a guest at. So, how long have you been in that, and what was kind of like the catalyst for you to be operating in these event spaces?
Um, I started doing events in 2005,
Mm.
really as a thing. Um, long before I thought that cannabis would be legal. I'm sorry, I saw the YouTube chat was going off. I was trying to connect so that I can tap in with that too. But you know, doing these private events, it had to be like that, of course,
Mhm.
um, because cannabis was illegal. And being able to consume these things at your typical club could lead to you being arrested or kicked out. I mean, people were doing it, but the first movement I had was a brand called the Anti Club, where everybody is somebody and nobody cares. That was the motto. It was all it if you know, you know. People I knew invited people they knew. Um, I'll rent a private penthouse suite and a couple different hotels that I really liked in Georgetown. Um, And we had some epic epic functions. And consistently doing that. I mean, since 2005, it's 2026 now. This is
Right.
like 20 years of
Right.
private events. And now that cannabis is legal and I'm in the process of obtaining these licenses, transitioning into doing events and partnerships with other licensed brands, and taking what I have been doing in the shadows and bringing it to the spotlight is just a dream come true.
That is amazing. I'm telling you, 2 decades in the chamber, plus one. You see what I'm saying? To be able to curate sacred, safe spaces and memorable times. You know, it's like, yo, in the next joint. I'm saying, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be at the next joint. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So like,
it's an
yeah, yeah,
experience. I
yeah.
mean, making it to the point where, I don't have to tell people even where it is and they're getting the tickets. They don't find out until after they've gotten the ticket. I'm thankful to have built this level of trust.
Mhm.
One of the things I'm looking at with the events that I do moving forward is just really leaning in on the curated crowd, quality over quantity, having a very, very high quality event
Mhm.
and building it up organically to where that same essence that I had before, where it's all VIP, um, can continue no matter how many people attend the event.
That's beautiful right there. So let's talk writing, right? So in essence, when did you begin, like your earliest recollection of writing, and what was the motivation for you to write, and what sort of stories did you want to tell back then versus now?
I started writing when I was in the third grade, actually. And um, I just had big feelings as a kid. They talk about now how we grew up in the 80s and the 90s as what would be considered feral. Like, we had a lot of responsibilities. Some of us had a lot on our shoulders. And having younger siblings that I was responsible for while also being a kid myself, um, navigating the early onsets of your body changing in different ways,
Mhm.
um, led me to write about it privately. I started sharing when I was in like the fourth grade. I wrote this diss rap about this
Oh,
girl I didn't like.
okay.
And people passed it around and memorized it, and they really used to terrorize this girl with my rhymes. I got in trouble. I tried to deny that I wrote it, but I had a very distinctive handwriting. They were like, "Look at your E's, girl. You wrote this." Um, and then through middle school, high school, I continued writing. At high school, a friend of mine, a few of us, we formed a poetry club. And that was a beautiful experience, putting together an event showcasing us and our art.
Mhm.
Uh, Looking back, it's like I've always been who I am.
Right.
I just kind of looked at certain things like they were a hobby. Um, Especially with the poetry. I couldn't see it being more than just a pastime that I
Mhm.
did in these different spaces. But shout outs to Pure, formerly known as Bar None, where when I was at Howard as a freshman, finding out more about this poetry than slam poetry. And
Mhm.
it's like slam poetry and the rap battle crowd was very close. Many of
Yeah.
them did both. Many of
Mhm.
those type of rappers were also poets, especially when it came to, again, slam poetry. So shout outs to the Sunni tribe, the homie Messiah Ramixon, Kadir, uh, They were amazing poets that showed they had CDs of their poetry. They were going on tour and doing all these different shows. And I'm like, man, I got a story to tell. So when I went to Pure, now sharing my poetry, and they had the band, shout out to the sound poets that back me, hearing my poems over music. I was like, oh, let me pause here and repeat these lines a couple times. Is that a hook? Am I a rapper? Because again, even from elementary, I consider it a poem because it's my real life and I'm writing it, but it had a very strong cadence to it. Poetry doesn't have to rhyme and it doesn't have to be on beat, you know?
Okay.
So somewhere in the two, there's me.
So performing now in that aspect, because I was blessed to see you perform, all right, and I was captivated. I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Like, all right, I thought we was about to, get some, snap your fingers, and I was like, nah, let me get this Molotov cocktail. Let's go burn some shit down. So I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I was ready for some other stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Thank
What was
you.
it like for you? Like, and how has your performance progressed over time in that way?
Well, I did music heavily from that time until I got pregnant with my son in 2013. And after that, um, having a kid really changed me. I enjoyed motherhood. I enjoyed being home with my son. And at that time, I mean, Beyonce had just had Blue Ivy, and that was very pivotal to me because within the when it comes to being a mom and also being sexy, it's like, "Oh, you're somebody's mom. You can't be out here doing this." And specifically as a rapper, you're somebody's mom. You can't be out here rapping. Where's your baby at, you know? The shout outs to Cardi B and all these other female rappers that now have gone on to show that you can even be married and be a rapper and a mom and have a family and all these things. So when I was kind of mentally on my baby break, I got the opportunity to manage a cultivation center. And this was in 2014 now. And that seemed like a dream job. Have you had your J today? The real J Mills, pass the J.
Yeah,
Of
yeah.
course, she runs a grow facility as soon as the law is changed and allows us. Of course. Of course, I'm the first Black woman to do it, And
Yes.
I really enjoy doing that. Um, and I honestly was not thinking about doing music, and that's when my music kinda changed. It's taken me a long time to answer this, but the difference from before
Take
and
your time.
after,
Take your time. Take your
is
time.
is almost like me falling in love with the art again. From the first pieces
Mm,
that I wrote, they were very personal. It's back to being 8 years old again, not
mhm,
writing because, "Oh, I think this is the hook that's gonna be," 'cause from the moment I was at Bar None and performing with music and thought, "Oh, Imma be a rapper," that changed the music that I was making. Now I'm listening to beats and I'm writing for this and I'm breaking my poems into verses and throwing this part away and, just making it consumable for what I think the people wanna hear. Now, these are just my thoughts. I just wrote this, and the beats were just finding me. I'd write it first and then find the beat. Or sometimes the way that I was inspired by the beat would just the story just starts flowing in my mind. Um, and my performance now is far more personal. My delivery, my stage presence, I'm so much more connected with my artist personality on stage and who I am off stage. And I think that people can feel that.
Definitely, it definitely grabs you by your face and be like, "Yo, this is what's going on." And I love the versatility and the beautiful thing that I observed. Right? Maybe I'm bugging, right? But I saw you in the moment, like you know what I'm saying, like Sniper B and my man was up there, Bumpy X was doing it, and you was in a zone, like boom. Then it's like you next. I'm like, wait, so you went from that to oh, I'm about to go crazy type of situation. You see what I'm saying? So that ability to be that's just me inferring, right? To be present in that moment and to garner all of that motivation and then just grab the baton and it's like, yeah, I'm here to wreck shop too. You understand what I'm saying? So it was like uh, you know, you went full Decepticon on me. You understand what I'm saying? Like, all right, Decepticons attack. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, yeah. So what was it like for you for what you saw on top of the world, with this most recent performance with Niru and her album?
Oh, man, shout outs to Neru. First off, her album is amazing. Her music
Right.
is phenomenal. I I want the world for her. I want the world to hear it. Like, I know they're
Mhm.
gonna feel what I feel when I hear it. It stirs up a very nostalgic part of me that's also timeless, you know?
Mhm.
Um, Performing there, I just transparently, I forgot my show shoes in the car.
Mhm.
So I actually was very self-conscious about performing on stage. I That's kinda like part of my stage uniform. There is
Mhm.
a part of me that's like this character that comes through as the real J. Mills.
Mhm.
And when it cut she's in heels. Mills is in heels. That's what she does.
Yep. Mhm.
Mills in
Yeah.
heels.
Yeah.
Not only was I not in heels, but I was in, like, these work boots. Like, they weren't even flats that matched, you know? It was not it's it was throwing me off personally. And watching my brothers perform, Sniper B, Uptown, they so fly, and now, oh, it's my turn. I'm not in the audience. I'm not a fan. I'm not here, shout outs to Neru and her fit and everything. I just felt so underdressed for the beautiful space we were in, everything about it. I'm like, "Oh, for the pictures, please don't get my feet," trying to act like nothing is wrong, but inside,
Mm. Right.
my sock is slipping in my shoe. That's how uncomfortable I am. But, so, like, when the song wasn't in, the usual kinda hype stuff I would do, the way that I'm walking around, my posture is different. I'm like, "What do I walk on my tippy toes?" Like, "Wearing work boots. What are you doing?" But, um, I just tap back into the source, alhamdulillah. But the source that made me write the song every time, it'll always be fresh. It'll always be a passionate delivery because I'm sharing my soul with the audience. I believe what I'm saying is something that needs to be said out loud. And I'm thankful and humbled every time people feel it.
I was like, where did this machete come from? Like, what's going? What are we doing? Like, all right, because Bumpy X they set the bar too, and they was talking ish on top of it. So I'm like,
Mhm.
mm, like it's dope, it's conscious, it's raw, and it's ish talk on top of it. I was like, yeah, because the whole night was, and I was telling you, I think yesterday or so. I was like, that whole thing is bookable. That showcase right there, like if people had the budget to be able to facilitate that, that's like a 50 city tour, 20 country tour type situation. Just that right there. Everybody that was on that stage, everybody, every single person that blessed that microphone that night, like booked them. You know what I'm saying? Like booked them. Like I was like, is Shorty rhyming in Korean right now? Like that, I'm watching that. Like I'm there. Like I introduced her. Like, wait a minute. She broke down Korean right in front. It was just a night where the bar just kept getting raised. Like it was set off beautifully, and then everything came through, and everybody came through seamlessly. You see what I'm saying? So it was like, yo, ain't nobody coming out in the rain. They like, what rain? You understand? They was up in the building deep. They, the energy was there, and then everybody just delivered like time on target. You know what I'm saying? Folks literally rapping all the way out the door type situation. So it's a beautiful experience that deserves like a worldwide look. Like this is the kind of artistry that exists out here. Like boom on the whim. All right, we're doing the showcase. Everybody come through. Everybody did they want to, and it's like, oh, this is perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something
It
that
was
the
a
world
show.
needs. Yeah. Shout out to needed that. Word up. Word up. That was dope. Dope.
Thank you.
So let's talk a little cannabis if we could.
Yeah.
What is you have some books, you wrote some books on the subject, and tell us about that aspect. What was that like? And then what are we missing? Like what is the mainstream kind of missing about cannabis for the non-cannabis users and even the cannabis users out here?
So I started my series of cannabis reference manuals because I became passionate about conscious consumption and mindful medication. Uh, that's working at the cultivation center, um, and having the opportunity to speak with a weed scientist, um, PhD in chemical engineering, and understanding how to communicate to me what it is about this plant that gives it certain effects. And it just blew my mind. Um, when I first got the job, I asked them, like, so is there something about the way the weed smells that will let me know what the weed do? And he was like, boy, I got something for you. And started explaining terpenes and what they do and what they smell like and how they're in all these other fruits and herbs and things of that nature. And that indeed there is a way to tell by how it smells, not just what it's going to do, but also, even in many cases, what it is. So I started studying being a sommelier because of what I know about growing and how there were correlations I could tell that are in line with understanding the terroir and the nuances of the grapes and how they can even come to be known based on a specific region where they're grown. But even with that specification, they still every year it might be a bad year. It could be a good one. It might be a bad. You don't get to just rest on your laurels like, oh, we the house, the Saint Michelle, and we make, the top of the line Merlots, and that's just what it is, or Chardonnays, or whatever you have. So, in explaining how starting as a land race in the Hindu Kush Central Asian region, that as it spread to these different climates, it started exhibiting these different changes. So coming up to the present now, where we used to have these land races that grew in these different ways because they grew in these different environments, and now you've crossed them and crossed them and crossed them. It can be a mixed bag. The language of indica or sativa really was outdated from the beginning, but now it is completely obsolete because you don't, it's very personal. The analogy I like to use that encourages people to learn more about this information for themselves and understand why they have to learn this for themselves is imagining that you walked into a liquor store and the only information they told you about the liquor was the alcohol percentage. That's it. And if you were to try and use language like indica and sativa, then fine, we'll say dark or white. You can get the name, you know that it's 40% alcohol and it's dark. Is it a dark rum? Is it a cognac? Is it a whiskey? Is it scotch? We don't know. It's dark and it's 40%. Do you want it? It's white. Is it vodka? Is it gin? Is it white rum? Is it tequila? We don't know. It's white and it's 40%. Now, through a learned and lived experience, many people may feel some kind of way about dark liquor in general versus white liquor in general. They'll say things like, oh, this will make me violent. This makes me fight. And somebody else will say, well, that's my drink. This chills me out. I don't know what you're talking about, you know? Nevertheless, also the fact that wine can get you drunk, beer can get you drunk. You're not just out here like, well, what's the highest percentage alcohol that I can get? There's 151. Sure, there's 99 apples, and people might have had a phase in their lives where they were drinking Long Island iced teas and zombies and blue motorcycles. And, you know, I'm not here to judge. I know what I'm talking about. And then you get older, you get wiser. And then there's different times of the day and different places in your life that you could be. You want to wake up and take shots on a Tuesday? No. What if you're in Miami? You know what to do when to do it. It's okay to have a mimosa most days of the week or, you know, with your meal. But if it's a Sunday morning and you're getting a Long Island, people maybe that's not the drink you should choose because of this knowledge that you have, and you know what it's going to do. Now you have all these different decision-making factors that you can use if you choose to consume alcohol, so that you're consuming the right alcohol for the right time in the right moment in your taste. So it is that nuance with cannabis. It can't just be that, oh, this weed makes you sleep, because that weed might not make you sleep, might keep you up, but it makes your back feel better. There are so many different factors that an individual has to take into consideration when they are about to medicate. How do I feel? How does my body feel? What do I want this plant to do for me? What time is it? Is it a mood uplifting that I'm looking for? Is it focus that I need? Is it relaxation? What is it? So finding out those answers, that's why I wrote those books. To break it down and allow people to have the tools that they need, the definitions that they need to interact with this plant at an intelligent level.
Y'all hear the barrage over here? I am not tripping. I've never heard cannabis been so properly articulated and sophisticated. You know, I feel, you know, sophisticated even listening to these aspects. Okay, so this is dopeness, and the medicinal factors. You know, with chronic pain and with mental health disorders as well. You know, some of the science I've heard and learned over the years. You know, particularly with post traumatic stress and, you know, with autism and, you know, things of that sort of nature, and just pain in general. Like, I know people who got ulcerative colitis and, you know, other kind of maladies, and, you know, they'd be good to go based off of that. So
yeah. So even down to your method of consumption, is it best for you to smoke it? Is it best for you to eat it? Is it even best for you to use THC? Maybe what you need is CBD. CBD is unparalleled in its anti-inflammatory benefits, even more so than THC. If you pair it together, it is incredible with its benefits. And what you said about the mental health piece is another reason why it's important for us to know this, because we as people of color are very susceptible to these things. Um, Beyond the fact that within our communities we are likely to experience PTSD and um, other sorts of trauma, um, there are things within us that, I mean, within our community, to say something told me that I shouldn't have did that. Oh, that was a sign. Or, man, something told me I should have. What told you?
Mm.
What is sanity? There are thoughts that you have in your mind. Some people actually have a voice in their mind that you hear speak with no mouth and you hear with no ears. What is happening inside of our heads and what we choose to bring out of our mouths? What, somebody could be looking the kind of way, or you make a point not to let that intrusive thought out. For some people, that balance between what is going on inside their minds and the voices and all the things and the images, and I had a vision. You daydream, you dream, and you remember. The membrane is thin, the veil is thin, and you can find yourself in a psychotic break. And within our community, again, people lunch out, as we'll say. We all know somebody who has lost their mind while they were high on weed. But maybe it was funny. Maybe they just couldn't stop laughing in a place that they needed to stop laughing, But sometimes, unfortunately, it can be terrible. They can have a paranoid break. And I've heard horror stories of things that people have done, lunching off too many edibles and things of that nature. So we do have to be mindful and responsible for our health, knowing that we live in a country that'll pump us full of McDonald's and foods that are going to kill us. To think that they wouldn't put a certain type of medicine in certain communities to maybe deaden our creativity instead of increasing it, to not have the mood uplifting qualities that one may need, and people who are not educated won't even know what to ask for. And again, same analogy. You go in a liquor store and all they got is gin, different flavors of gin. That's all they giving you? What?
Sound like a good time for me.
Gin is the one I cannot do.
All this for me?
No, astaghfirullah. Even though I no longer drink at all, long before I stopped drinking, I stopped.
Like, look at God. Won't she do it? Okay.
No. Shout out to the chat. Somebody shouted out Old Granddad. That was a nice whiskey. And about language and under the influence, and they lit over there.
Chat is their own world. Okay,
they are. They tapping in sometimes.
They are their own world. This is the smartest chat in the universe, by the way. But they just in their own world.
Peace to the gods and earths. La ilaha illallah.
Glad to be here. Okay.
Likewise.
Glad you're here. So this beautiful mind, okay, this Jamila mind, okay.
Yeah, so I said that I had stopped making music, putting my music out since 2013, but I have over 100 songs online, and I divided my songs up into these different phases of my life. I'm in the last chapter. I'm in knowledge now. But it started with the good years. And when I do my one-woman show, I take people through the chapters of my life. And that's just the personalities, the blogs. Like, if they each had their own thing, that's what they about. I need to get back into updating that. Thank you. But the information's timeless.
Well, definitely very timeless. You know, I was in my zone over here today, so yeah, definitely a beautiful experience. So I got to make sure I put that in the chat so people can get that.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So we got 2 joints here that you sent in.
Yes.
I'm excited. All right. So we're gonna play these 2 joints, and if you want to talk about them a little bit, we can. And I definitely want to make sure we promote the event one more time before you go.
Thank you. So I sent you Glorious and Abundance, right? Yeah. Glorious, Big Crit put out a challenge to have people write over that instrumental. And when I heard the instrumental, it hit me in my poetry. Oh, I was about to write a quick 16. I had a story to tell. I was angry about many things as this cannabis industry was moving. It's the how can this happen after we were so criminalized? And the first people to move in on it ain't even us. In fact, we still locked up for the stuff y'all do now. Where's the retribution? There was a war on drugs. Drugs won. You supposed to pay us what you owe the prisoners of this war. We were persecuted. We were attacked. We were traumatized and terrorized. All because of this drug that now, it's legal. You can buy, you can sell it, you can what? Yeah, that's glorious.
Kingpin charges, you know, cats never seen the light of day again, all kind of that. Yeah. Book a big criminal.
Man. So shout out to Big Crit, another inspirational artist to me, an artist that inspires me to make the music of my heart and my soul and release it to the people and find my tribe. So
there go Glorious, ladies and gentlemen. The real J Mills is in the building. Let's go.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. I'm gonna have to spit it a cappella.
We got it. It's just taking a little second. Slow this, brother. If I don't get my change, okay?
Okay. The 5%. I want to hear that. Manifestation mixtape. Let's go. Word is life. Yeah.
Yo, I wish that I could fix the world with a rhyme. I wish they never locked us up for selling dimes. I wish that the war on drugs was seen as a war on us, and the DEA was charged for war crimes. Who am I? I'm a native Washingtonian, no cloning them, but gentrification got them erasing our homes while we owning them. Hey, weed is legalized, but they running up in pop-ups. Man, cause the streets wanna have another stop up. I imagine what could happen if we unify. Once I try, okay, I lie. See, I try and try, but my people paralyzed. I empathize, I understand, I realize that we are war-torn, frontline traumatized. In DC got ATF, FBI, and the MPD, DEA, CIA, NSA, and the Park Police, Hood and Metro Police, the Capitol Police, diplomats and Secret Service, Homeland Security. But I'm a young star from the heart of Babylon, representing rare breed lost phenomenon. I know I'm a queen and I'm royal. Politicians ain't loyal. None of them people is for you. They act like they adore you. I spit the truth out the booth, lay out the facts like a sleuth. We nominate you, same view, red or blue. What we gonna do? Sue? Might win $1 million in a civil case. They back to work like another day. Kill a kid, get a raise. Back to work, it's another day. I wanna still pack and pay tax and get trade. I wanna relax when I fly to LA. Walk to the gate, 10 pounds away. TSA say it's okay and I need it okay. And off of these days from Uruguay to Tokyo Bay. Erase the case, open the gates and pay us for stealing our days. Bitch, it's not a game, but you know who to blame. Rich neighbors try to change and they shoot us down like John Wayne. Nipsey, okay, you wanna talk solutions. Get mad, but don't ever wanna do shit. Meet me in real life, that's how you prove it. Ay. Meet me in real life, that's how you prove it. Ay. Meet me in real life, that's how you prove it. Listen, action, only way you do it. Now do it, do it, do it how you do it. Now do it, do it, do it how you do it. Now do it, do it, do it how you do it. Listen, action, only way you do it. Do it, do it, do it how you do it. DC, do it, do it, do it how you do it. NY, do it, do it, do it how you do it. Jersey, action, only way you do it. LA, do it, do it, do it how you do it. Oakland, do it, do it, do it how you do it. Do it, do it, do it how you do it. Listen, action, only way you do it.
Because I knew I killed it. Thank you.
I just dropped the bomb on that mofo. Okay, you know what I'm saying? How you do it? Yes.
Yeah, like I said, I was mad.
We got abundance, right?
Abundance. We come from abundance. Have you ever been to a Nigerian wedding? I just have these songs that I've written and overstanding that we are who we always have been.
Mhm.
Word of Mansa Musa. We just opulent. We've been opulent in so many ways. Like the thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, a woman looked upon her still reflection in a pool of water and said, "Let me beat my face." Like, wait, we just want to paint on ourselves and line our eyes and wear these beads and throw money at beautiful women. Who told us we were naked? Do we even understand the abundance we come from? Just being alive with the breaths that we have to take and the steps that we can take and the thoughts that we can make. Like, this culture wants you to have a scarcity mindset. And they forced it. They got this illusion on you that, you know, if you don't eat, you starve. There's no food for you. When they throw away tons of food, they throw away tons of food while people starve here in America because no free lunch, right? Nah. Let's reset. Go ahead, drop that. We was warriors. We used to being warriors. And we where's the lions for us to fight? We up here fighting each other. We don't know. Right. We are who we will be and have always been. All right.
Of course.
Yeah.
I come from abundance. Spend it quick, honey. I get it. I got it. I flaunt it. I come from abundance. Spend it quick, honey, then flip it and bring back a bundle. I come from abundance. Bless all my friends with ends, they don't have to return it. I come from abundance. Abundance. I come from abundance. Know how that gun hit so many lost men gone in a coffin. So many baby mamas, many offspring, so many locked up, so many lost teams, many lives lost on the block scene. It's a sad song when the Glock sing. So we boss up this black on black everything, black on black ownership, more land than wedding ring. Come from abundance, fact. Always got money on black. Invest and stack on my stack. Stay humble and always get back, and always stay strapped. Now take back the map. Black. Come from abundance, true. So I spit out the boom for the youth looser, not ripping the way that they used to. Misman some moves, dripping and dropping these jewels. Do not get confused. Abundance. Be a quick honey, I get it, I got it, I flaunt it, I come from abundance. Spend a quick honey, then flip it and bring back a bundle. I come from abundance. Bless all my friends with ends, they don't have to return it. I come from abundance. Abundance, abundance, abundance. I come from abundance, true. Words on my toes. My action is walk what I prove. Do what I do. Take them to school. Oh, remake royalty out of fool. Now what would table flipping Jesus do? Harriet would have shot a few with you. What's the ones take to get through to you? If your few with you is not golden, cause you don't know the crown that you hold. Nobody in the world never showed. Our birthright been stolen, but royalty goes by blood, that's deep. Kings and queens 1619 built another country on our backs and our feet. Whole world marching with signs in the street. Everybody knows who we are, but we sheesh. Cause they know black power. Every single race looks just like ours. Culture so great we replace and devour. Our weight is creating right now, it's the hour. Be a quick honey, I get it, I got it, I flaunt it, I come from abundance. Spend a quick honey, then flip it and bring back a bundle. I come from abundance. Bless all my friends with ends, they don't have to return it. I come from abundance. Abundance, abundance, abundance. I come from abundance. Be a quick honey, I get it, I got it, I flaunt it, I come from abundance. Spend a quick honey, then flip it and bring back a bundle. I come from abundance. Bless all my friends with ends, they don't have to return it. I come from abundance. Abundance, 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 abundance. Every step is God's gift. I come from abundance. And every breath is God's wish. I come from abundance. Yeah, every step is God's gift. I come from abundance. And every breath is God's wish. I come from abundance. Every step is God's gift. And every breath is God's wish. Yeah, every step is God's gift. And every breath is God's wish.
Every step is God's gift. Abundance. Every breath is God's wish.
Mrs. Mansa Musa, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Mansa Musa is here. She's here, available, bookable, tourable. Right?
It's the real J Mills.
Okay.
And shout outs to you thought Killah Priest Ghost wrote that? That means a lot. He's a hell of a lyricist. Definitely one of my inspirations. Wu-Tang forever.
Wu-Tang forever and ever. So I want to talk about the event one more time before you go. And also, are you still doing the podcast? Did I miss a memo? You know, what's up with the podcast?
I'm bringing it back. I'm looking for a new podcast home, man. I did a deep pivot after COVID. I had a venue from 2016 to 2020. And getting it back. Sheesh. I will though. I just gotta make my next move my best move. But yeah, a podcast home would be dope so I can go back to creating the things.
That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. Okay.
It say it's 3 people in the studio chat, but they ain't say nothing. They ain't chat or nothing.
Yeah, that's the next guest.
Oh, okay. I'm like, who's the third person? Hello.
Mofo, okay. Who you is? Who your people is?
Who all in there?
Who all over there, right?
Who all over there? Wait a minute.
Word up. So one more time for the event, and if there's anything else or anything else you want to plug, you want to promote.
Yes, we got the Black Love Blunch. Black Love Blunch. What's a blunch? Not a brunch, but a blunch. Well, I'm gonna sit back with the blunt. I believe in having environments where people can consume and medicate classily and safely and we deserve it. Shout outs to those that don't consume alcohol or who just aren't drinkers as much as they are partakers and gardeners. So, a classy function with great food, great entertainment, great people. I'm here for the erasure of the stigma and the redefinition. Yes. Look at that. Classy. You can RSVP for free for now. I have a special discount code that's going until Friday, the 6th. The discount code, promo code 100, in honor of the fact that I was recently named as one of the 100 pioneers of the cannabis industry. Uh, so really proud of that. Check me out in High Times Magazine. Check me out on Instagram. Follow me. Learn more about the brand, what I do, what I be about.
Word.
So yeah, 25% off your tickets with discount code 100. I'm excited about this Black Love Brunch. I'll be performing, of course. I'm gonna be performing the love songs. You all just heard songs that were from my righteous, militant, revolutionary side knowledge. Because to be Black and relatively conscious is to be in the constant state of anger. It's like, no.
I love it. I love it right there. I'm telling you, that's my jam.
Yeah. But yeah. I guess that's it. Shout out to your YouTube tribe, man. They are lit out here. The conversation is so high vibrational. Peace, God, send me the mathematics, the all the ones that all just tell me the average.
They got a whole bunch going on. I'm telling you, they're the greatest people in the world. I'm telling you. So yeah, definitely. Thank you for your time. Where can people find you? Social media stuff. You got any shout outs you want to shout out? Whoever you
It's
want to
the
shout out.
real J Mills, the real JAYMILLS on everything. The real J Mills on Instagram. I've chatted a couple times, commented. That's the real J Mills. That's my canna side. I have 2 different profiles because YouTube is a bit of a cannabis hater. But that's a whole nother talk show. Rebranding, moving, learning, and evolving. Onlyebonygreen.com. You might see this in the background. Woo-doo. Only Ebony Green. That's black and green. One more time. Onlyebonygreen.com. And that's how you stay posted with all of the things that I'm doing. If you are a woman who partakes or is curious about partaking of psychedelic mushrooms, I hold a yearly retreat in Jamaica. The next one is September 24th through the 28th. It is all inclusive. We travel to the stars in a safe environment with a guide. We have sound baths and yoga and a private chef and a private pool and a private beach. It is transformational. It's called the Royal Restoration Retreat, as everybody returns their royalty restored. So I think that's all of the shout outs I have for now. Black Love Brunch, Blunch, coming up on 2/15. Follow me on Instagram or head to the website and join as a member so you can stay posted to all of the curated experiences I host.
That's what I'm talking about, right? And she is bookable. Okay, so you need your curation situation. If it's trash or it's developing, you know what I'm saying, and you need some insight and some guidance. Okay, she is bookable as a consultant. Right? As a consultant.
Definitely.
So you don't have no more trash events, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, so hey,
let me handle it.
Get your blunch. Get your blunch on. All right, get your blunch on. All right. So yes.
Yeah.
So one more bomb for the real J Mills.
Thank you, man. Shout outs to Minty Hotep in the building. Mike Rizzy Raw, you like my bar so much you thought Killah Priest ghost wrote it. Shout outs to Jody in the building. Aurora Borealis, let's keep manifesting. Alex. Oh, Alex All Good. Am I pronouncing it right? Yeah. All the folks, y'all was tapped in, y'all was commenting. I love them all.
So thank you for your time. We're gonna go to the next guest, and we definitely gonna have you back. Okay, definitely have you back in the building over here.
Thank you.
So
let me go to the chat so I can answer this last one. The chat is lit. I'm out here. You know, we out here. We fam.
Word.
In the club. All right. Peace and blessings. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the Real J Mills. Okay. Real J Mills. Today is a special day for a couple of reasons. Honest to 12 o'clock. His physical is today. You know what I'm saying? War and peace to the God. 12 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? My elder sister, her birthday is today as well. Shout out to my sister Monica. Shout out clock. You know what I'm saying? The eldest. So we're gonna warm peace real quick and come back with our next guest. Tell somebody to tell somebody to tell somebody. It's Royal Priesthood Wednesday, and we in the building. All right.
Yeah. Burn sage as I turn the page. Ashes in the herb, bodies in the grave. The gods be praised for the work that they done. Birth of the sun. Hearse pulls up to the church, here they come. Articles on Papa Wu, his knowledge unstoppable. Tribute, salute, we never have forgotten you. Math and science made the god on a path, a giant. On a spacecraft towards Orion, I can feel a universe crying. Peace to Holocaust, let me have a talk. Not with the mouth, but you're in my thoughts. His soul released, cause the police hung him on the cross. Never rest in peace, never sleep till the justice bought. We need the world support. There's no pollen for the trees when you start killing bees. No garden for the seeds, they robbed us of our leaves, but they're never in our prophecy. War and peace. War and peace. War and peace. I can see 12 o'clock in Murdoch, birds flock, doves in white gloves. I never heard shots, but when I got the message, I thought before the records, I thought of all the lessons. New York, they wore the 7th, the seas bring all their essence. Y'all still before our presence. General Ra, Father Lord, we live by the gods, but died by the sword, which is double-edged, so to take the devil's head, and many more. War and peace. War and peace. War and peace. Talk to the God, Miko North Star. In the dark rooms of dark doom, carry the torch, y'all. Lord superb, pour some herb, roll it up, smoke it. Every moment was your token. Pause, potions, I'm overdosing. Raw, focus, stare at the ocean. ODB, money, fame, and poetry. Notary, remember his name forever be. His ghost is in the seeds. YDB, he's a golden MC. YTC, War and Peace. War and Peace. War and Peace. Word, Father Lord. Man, brother, still with us. You know why? When I heard that, off the Jewish crowd, man. Love y'all, brothers.
Word up, War and Peace. So before we get to the next guest, we got a new segment here on Royal Priesthood Wednesday. As promised, I heard Killah Priest sanction this esoteric news segment. So without any further ado, let's get into that. Shout out to Jody. Make sure y'all go to her channel and run the channel up, run it up, run it up, run it up. She deserves 100,000 too. Let's go.
This is Jody with your weekly video on the esoteric news where ancient knowledge meets current events. Hey everyone, hello. So, when people hear the phrase selling your soul, most imagine a dramatic supernatural transaction, a shadowy figure, a contract, maybe even a demon waiting to collect payment. But in modern life, selling your soul almost never means anything literal. Instead, it is one of the most powerful metaphors we have for what happens when a person trades their core values, morals, or identity for personal gain, whether that gain is money, fame, power, security, or social acceptance. So tonight, we're breaking down what selling your soul really means, where the idea comes from, and why it's more relevant now than ever. In contemporary language, selling your soul describes a gradual process, not a single moment. It's not usually one big decision. It's a series of small compromises. One exception becomes a habit. One silence becomes complicity. One shortcut becomes your new standard. At its core, the phrase describes abandoning personal ethics for a desired outcome. Imagine an environmental activist who takes a lucrative job at a company known for severe pollution and slowly stops speaking out because that's just how the industry works. Nothing supernatural happened, no demon appeared, but something internal shifted. This is why the phrase is so often applied to artists. A musician who once spoke truth begins watering down their message to be more marketable. A creator trades authenticity for algorithms. A voice of resistance becomes a brand. The accusation isn't that they made money, it's that they betrayed their inner compass. At a deeper level, selling your soul implies choosing temporary rewards, status, wealth, pleasure over long-term meaning, integrity, and spiritual alignment. It's the choice of having over being. And often the cost isn't obvious until later. The end result is usually disconnection. People who feel they've sold their soul often describe burnout, cynicism, emptiness, a sense that they no longer recognize themselves. The tragedy is that they got what they wanted, but lost who they were. While the phrase is metaphorical today, it didn't start that way. The most famous story is Dr. Faustus, based on a 16th century legend. Faustus was a brilliant scholar and an alchemist, but he became dissatisfied with human limits. He makes a pact with the demon Mephistopheles, trading his soul for forbidden knowledge, power, and pleasure. The story always ends the same way. Faustus gains everything, but loses eternity. The lesson wasn't really about demons. It was about hubris, impatience, and the refusal to accept moral limits. Folklore externalized inner conflict. Demons represented desire unchecked by conscience. Contracts symbolized irreversible choices. Hell represented spiritual consequences, not just punishment. In Christian theology, the idea of selling one's soul is largely symbolic, not literal. The soul is considered to belong to God, not something that can be sold like property. This is why the Bible frames the issue as choice, not transaction. In Mark 8:36, Jesus asks, "For what will it profit a man if he gains the whole world and loses his own soul?" This isn't about demons, it's about misplaced priorities. Other examples include Jesus being tempted in the wilderness with power and kingdoms, Judas Iscariot betraying his values for silver. In each case, the danger isn't supernatural, it's moral surrender. From a hermetic and esoteric standpoint, selling the soul is understood as misalignment with the higher self. In Hermeticism, the soul is part of the divine mind, called nous, spelled N-O-U-S. True power comes from inner harmony. Corruption occurs when the lower appetites rule the higher intellect. There is no demon needed. The devil is ignorance, imbalance, and attachment. In this view, selling one's soul means becoming ruled by ego, allowing desire to override wisdom, and losing contact with one's divine spark. Alchemy teaches that gold without purification poisons the vessel. And modern psychology echoes this ancient wisdom. Selling your soul looks like chronic self-betrayal, cognitive dissonance, and identity fragmentation. When someone repeatedly acts against their values, the psyche adapts, but at a cost. And this leads to emotional numbness, rationalization, and depression or emptiness. The mind survives, but the spirit starves. We live in a world that constantly asks for small compromises, silence for security, image for approval, integrity for access. The danger isn't damnation. The danger is forgetting who you are. Selling your soul doesn't happen in one night. It happens when you stop listening to your inner voice. You justify what you once condemned, and you trade meaning for comfort. The phrase selling your soul survives because it names a truth we all recognize. Not that demons are waiting with contracts, but that every choice shapes who we become. And while you can gain the world, you may wake up one day realizing you no longer recognize the person who gained it. So yeah, that's it for today's video. As always, I hope you found it entertaining, enlightening, or in some way beneficial. If you did, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and share the video with a friend or two. Alright everyone, take care. Peace.
esoteric news. Okay, so we'll have that every Wednesday. Shout out to Jody for this, and this is a perfect segue into this next guest. My brother, my comrade in arms, uh, one who utilizes his platform righteously. You know what I'm saying? And was condemned before the world for it on one level, and things being stolen from him on another level. So we're gonna get into that right now. It becomes my honor and privilege at this time to introduce some, present to others, and welcome to Killah Podcraft Royal Priesthood Wednesday. My man 50 Graham, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Making his own lane forever. All right. Give it up for my brother, Rief Rawyal in the building.
Yeah. You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Peace. What's good?
You, we here for you. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. We here for you. So
yeah.
The saga continues.
The saga continues. To follow up after Sis did her thing, she was going in.
Right.
She had the bars in the blessings with the with the smokes and all that.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So, making your own lane, man. Let's tell the people the story in your words before they get twisted up and convoluted. Like, nah, it ain't happened like that. Like, you got receipts and timestamps and all kind of stuff. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah.
Where we start? Where we starting at, man?
Normally we start at the beginning, but I think we could start at the right now and work backwards. You know what I'm saying? Like, so. This court case, we're bored about the court case, what's the backstory / your story, since, there are news outlets reporting on it with no insight from you whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing, not even a quote, not nothing, not an interview or nothing. Like AI talking about it and Royale ain't talking about it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. I guess like the best way to put it at this point, without tripping over anything legally. All right, so everything that's public, that's basically where we're gonna chop it up and get everybody up to speed with what's going on like that. So basically, we go throughout these years and of just creating content, making songs. I say it a million times, I'm a multimedia artist, musician, multimedia artist, period. So what I realized early on from being censored is they would take off the music because it was their music. Like say it was I'm using Sly and the Family Stone song. So they would mute certain sections of my videos. A lot of people like my videos because I was clever with the way I would put the music. Like it wasn't boring music. It wasn't, scary music. It was like dope music, but real important information. And in all honesty, like me as a recording artist, I was never really the guy that was doing 7,000 deep conscious records. I was just more, I like party songs, right? But I like, the Run DMCs, the James Browns, etc. The Sam Cookes, because they was able to the Curtis Mayfields, because they was able to still keep party music and soul music and still have a message in it. So, one day one of the friends was like, one of the homies was like, yo, you got mad information. How come you don't put that in your music? You know what I'm saying? Like you be doing all these deep videos and all of these other videos. How come you don't put, just make these, make those songs or whatever? So anyway, as an advertiser and as an artist, I started blending the two, right? And still being able to, just walk that fine line. I get to a point where the videos and things like that were being censored, and I'm like, you know what? I gotta just make enough content, make enough music that I don't have to use their music. I can use my own music, so I won't get my video pulled. So there's no excuse to pull the video other than you know, for whatever other reason, you know what I'm saying? You know, that they get emotional about. So what I wound up doing was, you know, creating a bunch of songs, and not like, you know, I'm trying to go viral or I'm trying to do something or get anybody else's space. I'm just creating content for all, like any type of, you know, what I call sex, war, and entertainment. Like those topics, you're going to touch those topics, anything made in America, right? So one of the records that wind up cutting through was, now getting specifically to you know, how I wound up where I'm at. One of the records that wind up cutting through on the demo side. On the demo side, I take it to the label. They like, yo, this record right here, this party record is amazing. You know what I'm saying? It was a pop record, and the only thing at that time, I was tied up with child support. So I'm going to 2012, right? So 2012, I'm tied up with the child support, but I'm still shopping music. I'm still doing all my regular stuff, still building up the catalog, etc. So I get to a point where I get the record, like, got it, you know? And so she's like, yo, you need to mix this record. And at the time, I can't front, I was popped. I couldn't, like, everything right now, you could, you know, put a song in the app, and the app will mix the song, and all this other magical stuff happens. Long story short, I didn't have the money to mix the song, and I couldn't mix it in time. And the guys that I made the record with, you know, just didn't take the situation of me taking this record to the executive serious. So they thought I was just talking to somebody low-level executive, you know, low-level person in the label. Who are you talking to? The janitor, you know? So, you know, they really thought it was a joke, which was, you know, obviously you don't, a woman in a position of power, you don't really play with her. So, you know, I wound up going back to her like maybe like a year later, you know, with the record that she asked me about. I go back to her with the record finally mixed, and she's looking at me like, what, like, if you supposed to be this guy, you know, who produce, write this and all this other stuff, a year, bro? Like a year? Because she was like, she was gonna put the record out without me having to sign to the label, right? Which, you know, was dope, you know, which is a blessing. So, you know, of course, I'm annoyed with the fellas that I made the record with. And so she was like, look, I'm not gonna say that the record isn't amazing. I still like the record a lot. Matter of fact, she called another A&R into the meeting, and she says to him, you know, she tells me to play the record for another A&R. The A&R hears the record. He stands up. He looks at me. He said, yo, I don't know what she's doing, but if I was her, I would sign you right now. He's like, and, you know, so she said, you know, she told him to leave because obviously she's a boss. She said, okay, thank you. And he shook my hand. He said, yo, if anything ever comes up, you know, please keep me in mind. Like, you won my respect with the record that I played. All right, cool. So now she says, you need to go back where, you know, because, you know, I wasn't in Harlem anymore. I wasn't in New York City. I'm upstate now. So she's like, yo, you know, I tell her, yo, I was on child support, I won my case, and it took me a long time because I had to finish up my case and this and that or whatever. So she was like, when I said child support, she was like, like she paused, like, oh, child support. Like this other artist on the label, obviously on child support. So she said, okay, I bet. But I'm gonna need you to come back with numbers for my boss. You know what I'm saying? She was like, I got a boss, and I need you to come back with the numbers. So again, coming to another town, you know, because she was like, yo, you know, in New York City, you was able to do all of these amazing things. You've been on Hot 96. You've been on all the major platforms in New York City with your music. And so she was like, whatever, you know, wherever you at now, there's no Jay-Z's there. There's no Drake's there. There's nobody to be in your way. So you should be able to run through that town or whatever, which sounds like not a problem, right? But if I put you in the middle of a desert, you know, and it's like, where's the people? Where's the this or where's the that? And you know, I'm gonna say it just turned into another year. So I'm like building up catalog instead of trying to, you know, get the numbers, because I'm like, you know what, I don't really know these people out here. I did my best to network, and I, you know, every day you network or whatever, but it's never enough, you know, when you're talking about the numbers that a major label needs. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna just do my best to create enough records, enough content, so if this record does take off, or when this record takes off, I'll have other records to follow up. And so I just kept collaborating, you know, and just kept honing my own stuff. Now, where we get to this spot. So I get invited to a Sweet 16. And there's a DJ who's like playing all of these. He's playing different records for like the young crowd, the middle crowd, the old crowd. And I'm just watching, and my friend is like, yo, you're not even, you paying it, you working. You ain't even here enjoying yourself. You here working. You know what I'm saying? Because she seen me like analyzing the crowd, watching the DJ or whatever. So I was trying to figure out the tempo that had everybody dancing. And, you know, after I left the party, maybe the next day, I went straight to the studio because I figured it out. Like, I know the tempo to get the young audience to the old audience, like in between. I figured it out. Like, I figured out the bounce, and I created this record, Pain and Pleasure. And when I, you know, created the record, right, I was making the beat first. Like, right as I'm making the beat, literally everybody was like, yo, you got so much music that you don't need to make new songs, bro. Like, focus on promoting one of the other songs you got. Like, you making new songs, don't even. So everybody was telling me not to make the song. And I'm like, oh yeah, really? Okay, cool. It's like, all you need is one record. And I'm like, yeah, all right, cool. But, you know, you just keep working until it works. You get what I'm saying? But at the same time, you know, it's not like I'm doing this, you know, just because I'm trying to be cool. I'm doing this because, one, I'm a musician, I'm an artist, this is my life. And as an advertiser, I told you, I still need music that matches every moment, because social media proves that just because you got one record doesn't matter, because people keep scrolling. So, you know, the next day I record the record. And again, you know, even the engineer who was mixing the record was like, yo, you sure you really got you got so many records, you shouldn't be focusing on making new stuff. But of course I'm paying them, so I'm like, I'm not paying for your opinion, I just need you to mix the record. So he mixed the record.
Do your job.
Yeah. He mixed the record. You know, he mixed the record amazing. You know, and you know, like I said, like initially he was hesitant. He wound up mixing the record. It comes out crazy. And me coming from the KRS era, you know, coming from, you know, the 90s era, and where you can watch somebody steal your record, hear your record, and then be arguing with people about, you know, about your bars. It's like, yo, those are my bars. You know, so I'm from, you know, where you can be in a cipher and somebody jack your bars. It's like somebody hear your lyrics and spit your lyrics at you. So I'm from that era of knowing that dudes will jack your shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, dudes will jack your record, jack your, you know, style, jack your swag or whatever, and just, you know, try to move on as if you don't exist. So it's been my mission to keep track of everything. You get what I'm saying? Like, you know, my main thing was like, I'm gonna be able to prove that, you know, this is mine or that is mine or whatever. So as technology advances, as I advance, technology gets up to the point where it's no longer your word versus my word versus his word or her word. There's a digital footprint, right? So I started getting more comfortable, being that I don't got to mail the record to myself in an envelope. I don't know if you remember those times and all of this other stuff, right? So
one copyright, of course, yeah,
the bootleg, the poor man copyright, right? Yeah. So what winds up happening is I already know that I don't have, like, I know I have a large following, but the way my platforms have been restricted, it's like they're lurkers. They're not even followers anymore. So, but I know when I put up content, I get numbers. So I'm like, when I put this on Spotify or iTunes, I don't care if they don't see it. You know, I just need to put it there first before I post it on my social media, because a lot of people were promoting that, yo, what you should do is, you know, test it out on social media first. And if they like it, then you put it out. And I'm like, no, because that is how they steal your record. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, yeah, I hear y'all, you know, but that theory works for people who, you know, are not familiar with, you know, or maybe have a way more stronger legal team to maneuver through all of that. But I ain't got time for none of that. Like, I don't have time, you know, it's too late in the game for, you know, for me to play those games. So what I wound up doing, obviously, I put the record up. As I put the record up, then I go to social media, post it as if I'm just recording the record. So I put the behind the scene footage on my social media, right? I put the behind the scene footage up, and it's getting traction. But at the time, my mom is passing away. Like, she's in her later, you know, and she's sick, and she was like not doing good. And so I'm, you know, going back and forth. But this footage is, if I got 100 followers at the time or 300 followers at the time, and the video is doing thousands without me promoting it, it's really doing good. You get what I'm saying? And I'll be having like Cardi B, Fat Joe, all of these celebrities on my page. So it was getting strange comments from people that are not part of the conscious community or hip hop. It was just getting comments from people that I'm like, okay, so this is doing something that I don't even know what it's doing, but I really, really couldn't focus on it. And another caveat to that story is, right before I put out the record, you know, as I'm working on the record and all of that, I finally put out this video of this footage of me saying I helped save Kanye West's rap career. Not Ye, Kanye West. You understand what I'm saying? Like, when it was Kanye West and he was a producer, and I was in Def Jam and all these different labels, and at the time, nobody was feeling Kanye West as an MC. You know, he was an amazing producer, but they was like, we not, you know, L.A. Reid, Leo, everybody was like, fam, just quit rapping, bro. Stick to the beats, right? So me being a producer and an MC, I'm like, I see what they doing. They doing to him what they was doing to me. Like, yo, stick to the beats or stick to the raps. Don't do both, because you can't. You know, nobody does that. You know, not well. You know, or you know, right. They felt like there was too much for a black man to do more than one thing, and whatever the logic of it was. So I helped him get his thing popping. I put up this video. The video actually was doing really well on one of my other platforms, and you know, I didn't know what his reaction, what Kanye reaction was going to be, whether he was going to say thank you or F you. You get what I'm saying? So what wound up happening was, he says. He was in hiatus at the time, but I wasn't doing it for him. I just was doing it to finally claim, you know, my credit, because you got Biggs, Dame, Jay, and all these other, you know, characters in the game that were taking credit for his success. But then when Kanye would wind up in situations where he would do something crazy, they would just come out and honestly tell how they felt about him, right? So I'm collecting all of this data, and I already got the data, because I've been collecting this data ever since things went digital. It's been easier to collect, you know, evidence and receipts of things. So I had all the evidence. I put up this video, and he comes out of hiatus. He does the Nori interview, the last interview he did on Nori, where he talks about the Jews, right? So during this interview, I'm like, let me see if he's gonna say what, you know, let me see what he's gonna say. So he winds up in the middle of the interview, you know, he said, you know what? I want to say something. Go check out Lil Uzi. And I'm like, why he just say that? He's talking about all of this stuff, right? And then in the middle of the interview, he says that, right? So I'm like, that's weird. Said nothing about my video, right? And I was like, okay, well, maybe he didn't see it, you know, but I know all my peers seen it. You know what I'm saying? I know all my, you know, all, like, I'm cool with all the bosses. So I'm like, I know all of them seen it. I know somebody sent it to him. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, all right, whatever. Next day, I just go on social media. Who's trending? Uzi. So I said, oh, wow. He's trending. Wait a minute, Kanye did bring him up. That's why he's trending. I wonder what he's trending for. I wonder, what's the big deal? I press the thing. I press the thing, and I hear my song. So I'm like, so I was like, oh, that was Kanye's way of saying, like, basically doing what I did for him, like in a subtle way. You get what I'm saying? Meaning like, it could work in your favor if you hustle, right? So, because what I did for him worked in his favor, but he still had to hustle the rest. It's not like, I broke down all the doors for him. I broke down one of the major doors, right, by making this connection and getting it, on a major radio, getting a Jesus Walk record on a major station. But what that did was it set up him as an MC to be taken serious, because he was getting played. This Chicago artist that nobody talking about Jesus at a time when Khalid Muhammad and everybody else was running around on some conscious thing. The way I worded the promo was Egypt Walks. So as people requesting that Egypt Walks promo, they like, the Power 105 is like, yo, we can't play that. So they have to, we can't play her promo all day. So they start plugging his record. So that gave him, it was a good look for his career, and obviously it turned into what it turned into. So now, as I'm listening to this Uzi record, and I see all of the Rock Nation team, Kevin Hart's, the Meek Mills, all the usual suspects promoting the Uzi record, and I'm like, I think they think it's the 90s where there's no proof that, it's yours, or there's no way, if your song is more liked than my song, then it's your song now. And I'm like, I think they think that's how it works. So I'm gonna let it go. So meaning like, I'm gonna watch them promote this record, right? Because my mom is passing. I gotta, focus on that anyway. So I'm like trying to ignore, and I'm hoping that it goes away and doesn't turn into what it turns into. Like, but I couldn't turn on the TV, couldn't do anything without this record coming on. So it's on the commercials. It's on wrestling. It's everywhere. So I say, hey, yo, they going crazy with this record, and everybody knew it was my record. But at the same time, they thought it was funny that, here's this young kid jack my record, and everybody. So I said, okay, I want you to dance to it. Go ahead, do your videos. The song goes crazy. It does what it does. Now, where we get to today, what winds up happening is they didn't think I was going to sue, because who are you? You know what I'm saying? Like, we are who we are. And I'm like, nah. Like, I was doing my best to cross every T, dot every I. And when I got to that point where every T was crossed, every I was dotted, every conversation was had with every lawyer that I could have, and, studied every case, the same way I look at all the information that we talk about as far as in the community, et cetera. I just turn all my gifts on myself, and filed that lawsuit. And, as I filed the lawsuit, I was told, if you don't file in New York, it's going to be no publicity, right? If you don't file in New York City, if you don't file in New York City, it's going to be no publicity. So I wasn't really focused on publicity. I wasn't really, looking at it like it was going to be some viral conversation, because, that's the thing is, you file in a random town, you're going to get basically no coverage, right? Until you bring it back to New York City. So I said, all right, cool. So, long as I file on time, because you get a 3-year window. And if I would have filed too early, I would have got my case dismissed, because there was so many elements to strengthen my case that I was missing. Because people would be like, yo, what's taking so long? And never rush. Don't rush. If you feel you have a lawsuit, if you have an actual claim that you can, make a case for, you have to take your time. Because I seen a lot of people, as I was studying different people's cases, I was realizing that a lot of these people were losing for silly stuff. It was like little things that they wasn't doing, that would just mess up their entire case and get their case tossed. So again, I'm taking my time, crossing my T's, dotting my I's, and every day I'm like studying somebody's cases, looking at my case. And one day a lawyer calls me and he's like, yeah, tell me about, what's going on. So I basically gave him the same rundown that I, talked with you. And he was like, look, now I can't personally, take your case because I'm tied up with this, and that, or whatever the case is. But, if you tell me your docket number, I can maybe, pass it to one of my other lawyer friends and they can take the case, and maybe they can help you. Right. So I nonchalantly give it to him, and continue about my day, randomly go on the internet, and I see Rief. I'm like, what? Rief Rawyal. I'm like, what's happening? So what homie did was pass it not to another lawyer, or maybe it was a lawyer, or maybe it's a lawyer that owns this page that goes in on Jay-Z and Diddy. Like there's a whole community that is anti-Jay-Z, anti-Diddy, anti-establishment type of stuff, right? So they wind up they was like, yo, somebody else is suing Jay-Z. They wind up putting my docket number in there, and it went crazy. So after that, it's going crazy on his platform. The Diddy dockets was the first one to post it. And after everybody was watching the numbers that he was doing on his platform, talking about my case, then other platforms, No Jumper, multiple people on, at least on X, on Twitter, X, they were posting it, getting thousands and thousands of views. And, as people see, if you're doing numbers, people want those numbers. So you got, a bunch of randoms that start picking it up. And then as some of the bigger platforms were trying to ignore my case, like a case of this magnitude, is usually covered by TMZ. Because even that's what you was asking me, like, yo, how come I don't see it over here, over here, over here? One, I wasn't even expecting it to be where it's at now, right? Because I filed outside of New York City. But again, with the internet, it changes the dynamic because you don't have to be there, right? So as the bigger platforms are like, yo, he didn't go through our protocol, because I think in New York City, they have a certain, way that they get these cases, and then they tell whoever, and they move around, and it becomes a big media story through their channels. And being I didn't go through their channels, they felt like we ain't gonna talk about it, right? Especially you're talking about, one of our guys, right? And I'm considered no longer a part of the new regime, right? So although, we exist on the same platform, they still have their little section that they think, they can, block off from people. And I'm like, I never wanted to be in that section anyway. I'm always over here making my own lane. You get what I'm saying? So as they're trying to ignore it, another case pops up, and he's accused of sexual, of assault of one of his assistants. So that case goes viral like way faster than whatever I did. That case jumped in front of my case, right? And as it jumped in front of my case, what wound up happening is, it somehow, obviously, if that was the assistant, you can contact her and have a conversation with her faster than me, who's considered an outsider to your crew. You get what I'm saying? So they neutralized that case with the girl, but the news cycle is still like, yo, Uzi's being sued, and they, it was the girl's case that really caught everybody's attention, right? Because this whole sexual assault thing is the biggest conversation in the music community after the Diddy conversation. Because after Diddy's case and he gets put away, everybody's looking for more blood. So when they seen another celebrity get caught up in it, they like, blood, get him, get him, get him. So when the case goes away, some people didn't know it went away. They still was looking for the case. So as they're looking for his case, it's, you know, as they're looking for the girl's case, they see my case. So they're like, wait a minute, is he being sued by the girl? Or is he being sued by the guy? So as they trying to do more research on the girl, they see the girl case got solved, but my case wasn't. And they like, we can't use that one. We take this one then. So that took the case to a whole nother level. So it went from a couple of, you know, dope pages on, you know, on Twitter to Rolling Stone, Hot 97, Complex Magazine, and all the major stations, all the major radio stations across the nation and internationally, Germany, Africa, all over the world wind up picking up this, you know, picking up my case because of this, you know, like it's a serious case, obviously, like it's dealing with IP at a time when the digital era and shadow ban and restricting all of the stuff that we always talk about, you know, it winds up coming back full circle. And the irony of it hitting the Rolling Stone is when I helped Kanye get on the radio, you know, with the Get That Jesus Walk record on the radio, I knew my promo worked for him when I seen he made the Rolling Stone. He went from about to be dropped off the label, not charting, to when I do the promo, he winds up, you know, charting to like number 2 or 3 with the song, and the song winds up being on the cover of Rolling Stone. So when I seen my article full circle on Rolling Stone, I was like, the irony of this, because if Kanye would have never promoted what's his name, Uzi on Drink Champs, our section, our generation wouldn't have connected with the record. You get what I'm saying? So because that moment was pivotal for whatever attention span everybody had, because, you know, people were just trying to figure out what was going on and, you know, why he was saying all of the stuff that we've been talking about, and, you know, so many people in our community been talking about for years. You can pull up a Steve Coakley conversation. You could pull up a Khalid Muhammad conversation. You could pull up so many conversations from the past that when you hear, you know, what he was saying, he was like, that's not new information. Like, he's not dropping like bombs of new stuff. So although we didn't take it seriously, the rest of the mainstream took it serious again. So as he says something in the middle of that conversation, which promotes an artist, it just turned all of our attention to, what is this then? So it went from just it being a TikTok viral record into being, let's figure it out if this is thing, you know. So when a lot of people seen, especially my peers, seen that, oh, he copied your record, they think it's a joke. Like, they think it's funny that he got you, you know. So being he got you, we're gonna promote him more. So it took off even more. So when they felt like it was something that was blocking me, they was like, oh yes, block him more. so what they do, they try to block me more by promoting his record more. And I'm like, y'all don't know, like, that's not how it works, yo. Like, I got a copyright for the record. I put out the record was actually released. So go ahead and do what you're gonna do. It's my IP, it's my intellectual property that you're running around with. And no matter how far you go, you're still on my chain. Like, you're still on my, like, it's still my IP. So it gets to a point where you know, I make some of the calls to the label, because all of these people, I've known these people for years. Like, I've been in the label for, like, I've been in the industry over 30 years, which is, I was just looking back and calculating. I was like, I've been in the industry over 30 years, right? And so I have so many relationships, you know, and I've seen people come and go in the industry, and I have, you know, some amazing relationships, long-term relationships, but I'm never the one to be asking anybody for, you know, favors, or, you know, as far as like, yo, could you put me on, bro? Like, I'm not that guy. Like, I'm like if the same way we connect, if it ain't organic and regular like us, like, I don't, like, I'm like, I know him, yeah, and I know her, and I know these amazing people, but I'm like, yo, to me, I'm better than them. It's like, you know, but that's me, because I'm the best. I don't want to say I'm better than them. I'm better than them at being me, you know, and that's almost how I got into a situation with the label, with the same label, is when he found out that I produce and I rap. And he was like, yo, who you think you better than? Kanye West? This is after I helped Kanye get on, right? So a whole nother regime comes in and I'm shopping music, etc. And he's like, yo, shit dope, but who you think you, Kanye, or you think you better than Kanye? And I'm like, don't do that, bro. Like, don't do that, you know? And I'm like, he's like, nah, I'm saying, because if I'm buying music from you, I don't got to buy from him no more. You know what I'm saying? But as you know, whatever. And I'm like, he's him, I'm me. Like, I'm the best me. So don't ask me if I'm better than him. And I'm not going to say he's better than me ever. And it was like, so are you better than, so is he better than you? And I'm like, yo, I said, he's him, but I'm the best me. Like, he can never be better than me because I'm me. And he says, yo, this said he better than Kanye West. So it almost turned into a battle because this is a guy who's able to call Kanye and bring him to the label. So he said, yo, I'm gonna bring Kanye to the label a week or so later, and you're gonna play 10 songs, he gonna play 10 songs. And this is at the height of, you know, Kanye becoming the guy now. And of course, the entire label, Leo Cohen's, everybody's like, yo, this is real? Like, you ready? And I'm like, yeah, like, what? Why would you even, like, people are panicking, like, yo, this is real. Like, you know, so as they panicking, I'm like, I can't wait to play these records that I got. You know what I mean? Like, I'm ready to start dumping on these kids because, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, yo, these guys don't even know. And then I was going to use the opportunity to let homie know, like, it was me who got your thing popping, and then we could continue. Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was just going to use that as a moment to let them know I helped them with the Jesus Walk record. So what wound up happening is the A&R, I guess, couldn't get him at the label because we was going to have a battle, and it was going to be like a versus in Atlantic. It was before versus, it was going to be a versus in Atlantic with me and Kanye. And one of the execs, I believe, OG, you know, OG's and BG's manager was there. All these different dudes was there, and Leo, and they was like, yo, even if we don't say you won, if we feel the music is just as qualified, you'll still get a situation. And so it ain't really about winning or losing, but if you can go song for song with him, where you playing songs you recorded on and songs that you wrote for other people, you know, and songs that you know, rhyming on, and you going song for song with him, your life is going to change. We're going to start buying, you know, automatically you got a deal. Bet. So that week comes, where's Kanye? Where's the A&R? What's happening? So they like, yo, the A&R couldn't get him, So they, you know, do this whole big apology to me for, you know, for homie not being able to make it happen. So again, that's the same label, same situation. And you know, obviously I kept a good rapport with them because I was still able to keep going back, you know, year after year with all these, you know, different changing of the guards, because obviously you can't get in the building if you're not good, you know, and you can't really get in the building if you're not better than good, right? So if I'm been able to be in the building, get a deal, and still wind up in multiple different labels for over 30 years, I got to be better than good. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing numbers at a time when you ain't streaming. These are like, you got to go buy the records. You got to actually be physically, you know, there and do things to get these records way before it was just botted out and streamed out and et cetera, et cetera. So now we're in a space where it's not just like a lawyer can just swat it away by saying, prove my client press play on your CD, or prove my client press play on your tape. So that's how many other cases was able to get dismissed, because who can prove somebody press play on a cassette tape? Who can prove somebody press play on a CD? You almost really can't, you know? So this instant happens where there's a digital footprint and you can measure the metrics, and you can see, like, one of his fans early on was like, yo, you know, he did it before you, or whatever. I said, I'm not arguing with you. Go check the data yourself. Go to Spotify. Go look at when I released mine. Go look at when he released his. That's how that's how I was answering people. Like, I'm not arguing and debating with you guys about about a timeline that you don't, that you may not understand, because you're still trying to defend your guy, your artist, or whatever. So now we're at a point where a lot of people may be emotional because they feel like they wanted me to be their ghost, because a lot of people, again, like I said, a lot of people follow me and a lot of people love my content, like my content, but after being restricted, shadow banned year after year after year after year, it creates a lurker situation where I'm not following you, but I follow you. All right, fine. So that situation turns into a lot of people trying to check and see, if I can still be their favorite, and I don't got to tell nobody that you're my favorite. I don't got to share your content. I could just check it out and never tell anybody that I'm listening to you. And you can be fueling my creative juices without me spilling it over or telling anybody where I'm getting my sauce from. So, from that point on, where he takes off with my song, maybe 10 years earlier than that, you had the other artist, you had the other person from Universal steal my name and put it to his group. And some of the execs that I used to work with came to my defense like, yo, what are you doing? Like, so it's nothing new. They stole the name, took the content, and some of the conscious information that they've taken. I said it before, like I'm cool with them taking that information, because that's why I specifically did it, knowing that people copy that. That's why I was doing my best to stay on the right path and use my platform, like you said in the intro, for good. Because if people are going to copy, at least I'm giving them a blueprint to copy from that is righteous enough where it won't lead another generation into the trap or lead them astray into these private prisons and stuff like that. So even crafting this song where drill and battle rap and all of this was at its height. So at its height, when drill and battle rap is at its height, I said, I'm going to do a party song. So, because I can drill, I could battle rap, I could do all of these different things, but guess what? You can't make a party song. You don't know how to make a party song. I know how to make a party song. I know how to make a conscious song, a battle rap, all these other things, but I also know how to make a pop song, a party. So when I made this party song, it landed where a lot of these guys, what I say, a lot of them was in the room, a crowded room. Boom bap, battle rap, and all the drill is a crowded room. And I'm like, why would I try to get into a crowded room where nobody's going to listen, because they are worried about they man's getting up next or them getting up next. They ain't trying to hear me. They like, yo, yeah, I hear you, bro, but I don't hear you because I'm next. So that room, I'm like, that room is crowded. So I go into a space where I know there's nobody there, so I create this other space with this dance record, and not a lot of people was there. Like, so just because of that, when they seen that he copied it and he had success, the whole industry wound up flooding the market with, I wouldn't say remixes, the word is derivatives now, just a variation of my record, and started making its own quote unquote like genre. Like now that room is crowded because they done flooded the market with my sound and they thought it was cute. So again, they didn't think I was going to sue, because they're so powerful brand wise, and a lot of artists don't sue. They just make social media posts and say this and that, and I'm like, nah, it's a little too late in the game for that for me. Like, I'm not just gonna say, yo, you took my song. I'm actually gonna figure out you know, how I can get this settled the right way, because it's just it's just amazing, because if this song didn't pop off the way it popped off, people would say, you know, like they look at my generation, they would try to write me off as washed up, as, yo, you just want to be, you know, or this and that, or whatever the case is. Maybe you should give it up, or this and that. You know, you hear people say stuff like that to artists that are older. What was that?
Yeah, like, yeah, you doing this for clout, son. You doing this for clout, son.
Right. Where like I'm not a musician. I'm doing it for clout. And you know, that's how, you know, people who you know, where when you're at the bottom, it's easier for them to take from you, is how they feel. Like, it's easier for me. Like, I will work with so many different artists, right? I work with a lot of artists, and you know, they would literally call me their secret weapon. Like, oh, he's my secret weapon. So if I'm not getting the recognition, I can stay their secret weapon. Because even the guy who made one of the connections, he felt like, yo, I don't want to tell you, you know, about, like, he knew what was going on behind the scenes. You know, when I'm like, yo, what's happening? Like, he got my record. He knew what was going on. Didn't even want to tell me, because a lot of these guys are suckers. Like, a lot of these people are just natural born suckers. And, you know, so for me, it's not a surprise, but it lets me know where they at, you know. So when I seen all of them dancing and posting and reposting and liking and sharing homie's video and song when they knew it was mine, but then when I look on my likes and comments, I don't see no liking comments from these same guys that I be helping, and I've been helping for years. I'm like, I did all of this stuff for him, heard this person, that person, no likes and comments from them. Then you go to this guy's song, who they knew took my song, likes, comments, shares. Oh my God, it's my favorite thing. And I'm like, when I did it, you try to say it wasn't it. He did the same exact thing, according to the musicologists, who proved that it's 97% similar, right? Because again, I'm sticking to the facts of the matter. And that's again what I would say to all artists. If you you know, at this point, you know, stay out of your emotions, stick to the facts, and keep your receipts. Stick to the facts, keep your receipts, and that is the only way you can push through the doubt, because there's a lot of doubt. There was a lot of, you know, emotions that people were trying to put on me, like, yo, you emotional, this and that. Even a lawyer was like, yo, I think you're emotional, you saying this and that. I said, yo, nah, excuse me, no emotion. It's all business. I just need you to do your job. I'm not asking you, you know, for a favor, yo. I'm saying this is just do your job. Just stick to the facts. If you don't know, look it up. Ask somebody that know. And that's how I got to this point, because if I would have let them give me their opinions, and that's what I was learning was that's another thing that messes up a lot of people's cases, because they get the opinions of so-called experts. Now, I'm an expert in art, music, strategy, etc., but I choose not to give my opinion on most things, because I know those opinions are usually tied to emotions, and emotions can change. That's why it's called motion. That's why the word motion is in there. So the only thing that don't change is the facts. That is the integrity that you stand on, grounds. And that's how you keep your case, with integrity. So as they're trying to give me their opinions, their expert opinions, and I was realizing their expert opinions were biased. And those biased opinions can be really costly. So I told the musicologist, because he's like giving me his opinion, and you know, it's so much racism and so much nonsense in this just all over, you know, that I was realizing, like, oh, I don't need your opinion, yo. Don't give me your opinion. Stick to the facts. He said, well, I said, stick to the facts. So when I told the musicologist, I don't want your opinion, because I don't like your opinion, because everybody has an opinion. And your opinion is saying you can't do this because it's such a big label and this and that. And I'm like, yo, if I would have listened to people's opinion, I would have never won my child support case. So, you know, they go silent when I say that. So I say, yo, don't give me your opinion. Give me the facts. Then he come back with the facts. And the facts were, it's the same. So when people are looking at, yo, fam, yo, bro, yo, I don't think, yo, gang, I don't think it's, I don't care what you're saying. The facts say different. So when cause the irony of it, like when I first created the record, where I was telling you going back and forth with my mom, the irony of the record, as I'm going on with this, with the story, as the irony of the record, when I first did it, you know, when I said I was going to do it, and everybody was like, don't do it, right? And then when I finished the record, recorded, and got it, the mix exactly where I needed the mix to be, I go back to the block, right? Harlem, in the middle of Harlem, summer night, August, you know, summer night, and go to the block, and I'm like, yeah, I just came from recording the record that y'all told me not to record. So, you know, my big brother's like, you know, one of the OGs, he's like, oh, you did that record? Like, and he's sipping on his drink. He had the big speaker out there. They got the big JBL joint, the big joint that you roll around. He said, yo, Bluetooth it to my speaker right now. So thinking that I would, you know, thinking that it was going to turn into a joke, because obviously, again, at the time, everybody's boom bapped out. Everybody's ready to hear a battle rap song. Everybody's ready to kill everybody on a record. So I'm like, yeah, I did this party song, and they like, really? Play it now. So, you know, I played a record, and everybody just like, now we outside in Harlem. Harlem, you got to think, when you think about Harlem, you got to think about the Apollo Theater, and just look at footage of people getting booed off the stage. Those people that are getting booed off the stage, the crowd that they pulling from the Apollo are regular people off the street. Those regular people that they get for the Apollo audience would literally boo you if you got on, you know, if you singing in the street, they will boo you or cheer you if you in the street. If they don't like your outfit in Harlem, they'll tell you. You know, somebody, if 10 people pass you, 2 people said something. Like, yo, I don't like that, or you know, whatever the case is. So when you play music on a loudspeaker in Harlem, people will voice their opinion, right? So as he's blasting my song that I just recorded, dudes are walking up, girls, guys that are not a part of our clique or crew. Everybody just walking up because it's free reign. We on Lenox Ave, you know, it's in the street, and they like dancing and partying and shit. Homie walks up, you know, one of the OGs walked up like dancing to everybody. The old ladies like, play that again. I like that. And even my man's sons, all his sons is like, oh, that's one of them club joints. So they play it again. So seeing that reaction in Harlem at a time where everybody's on drill rap and boom bap and battle rap, and the reaction was love and play it again and looking at me like, yo, that's the one. So when I seen that reaction from Harlem, when I first did the record, before it became the thing to do, when I hear people saying it's not the record now, I'm like, get out of here. They're like, yeah, you think I care about your opinion? I was on my block where they was ready to let me have it, right? And they was loving it. So you, wherever you from, I really don't care about your opinion. I'm gonna stick to the facts. I know my heart and soul told me that this is the thing to do. I pushed through, did it, and look how the ancestors blessed me. They said, we're going to make sure you get yours. Out of all of the people I work with, all of the producers, all of the artists, out of all of the songs that they could have copied and that could have went viral, it's the song that I wrote, produced, completely independently. Like there's no other feature. Like it's a complete original song. It's not like I used the sample that he used. We didn't use the same raw bass sample. We didn't use the Annie sample. We didn't use a Barbie sample. No, it's completely original. There's no sync, because I told you, because as an advertiser, I don't want none of my stuff being taken down because of a sample. So I've been doing my best to have everything sample free, but just as dope, even though it's just me. right? So although I know I have the golden touch, there's a new audience every 10, 5, 20 years. You get what I'm saying? Like there's a new audience that you reintroduce yourself to, or you know, the brand is reintroduce yourself to. And as a brand builder and as an advertiser, I know this already. So I'm already prepared for you know, however that crowd approaches, because as a visionary, as a forecaster, as a market forecaster, as a, you know, you got to stay ahead of the curve. So before, when you had the press up records, you had to, you know, really be prepared, because you had to press it up, you had to take time, Nowadays, if you're ahead of the curve and and you still have this energy of, I see how I need to prepare and all of this other stuff, but you can actually upload the song the same night, right? So where before you got to wait for the pressing, you got to wait for all the processing to go through, the wax to get pressed up, the CDs to get pressed up, all of this other stuff. Now it's like, yo, I finished the song. I know it's amazing. I have everything prepared for the long game, and I'm gonna put it out right now. And that's exactly what I did. So I you know, the same market forecasting, the same visionary mindset that I have when I'm working in the community and strategizing, etc. I used, again, myself as an example, because okay, if you didn't hire me as a strategist, or that person didn't hire me as a strategist, let me prove it with my brand. If you're going to say, like somebody would say, I'm not familiar with you, I don't know Royal, I never heard this and that or whatever, I don't know who this person is or that all right, cool. So I got to reintroduce myself to you again, right? So allow me to reintroduce myself before you can even get there. I'm already there, right? So when they run into my content and they think it's not mine, and I walk by them and they're like, I love this. And I'm like, and as I pass them by, I say, oh, that's mine too. And then they get up like, damn it, it's too late. So everything that I'm talking about now is the past. You get what I'm saying? Because that's what the ancestors are telling me. They telling me to focus on my history. And as I'm looking back, I'm like, oh my God. I think I even had a conversation to a point where I realized, like, I'm at a point where the Chuck Berrys and the Little Richards, where they were in their career, when they were saying, yo, these guys copied our style, there's a whole industry built off of our style, and people acting like they don't owe us something or whatever. So I'm literally at that same point, and I'm realizing, like, oh my God, that's how much time has passed, that I'm in that space where people then copy my style so much that it wind up creating a whole nother industry. And now with the AI creates unlimited derivatives in perpetuity. So the company that stole my song now owns the AI company that can create unlimited derivatives in perpetuity. That means they can make 1 million copies every second forever. Like not just one person, 1 million people can make 1 million versions of my song forever without having a proper copyright in the beginning. So that's what make the price go from, oh, it could have went a little 5 million, a little that, like, in all honesty, the price that I put up still undercuts what it is, because how much does forever cost? You get what I'm saying? So basically that's where it's at. Like, so there's more coverage that can happen, as far as with some of these larger platforms, but with these Epstein drops, I'm realizing that some of these platforms may not exist by the time the next cycle of this conversation happens, because of they're tied up with their own nonsense. But at the same time, I'm sticking to the facts. It's forever now. Now I don't have to, when somebody asks who I am or whatever, I'm like, you ain't got to talk to me. You can ask AI now, because there's platforms that are not even talking to me. They're asking AI who I am and acting like they talk to me. Cause I'm like, how are they making these articles? And then I Google myself, or I look myself up, and I'm like, oh my God, the AI has created, out of all of the content that I've, put out, it has created its own narrative and is explaining to people who I am the best it can. And people are just running with that instead of just speaking to me where you can understand. And I can tell you like, nah, my uncle was a Renaissance drummer, and I can give you a little more, a lot more history and understanding where the pain and the pleasure comes from. Like, it's not just a song. It's something that I'm pulling from real life. My mom's was passing away, and that's pain. And I'm trying to make pleasure, and, I'm trying to, find, a way to smile through it, and continue on with life or whatever. So there's obviously stories and stuff that's tied to it. But, in the industry, that's all about, clicks at this point. They just took it and go on some microwave mentality, not understanding that I was built for the long game. It's like I've been here for 30 plus, and if I'm better than forever, now I got to be better than forever again, and I'm prepared for that. Like, because that's who I am. I'm like, this is not me that they're taking from. This is like a cut from the universe. This is a gift from the universe, and thinking that they can take it. I'm like, that's like when they thought they were setting me up to battle the Hebrews or this person or that person. And I'm like, no matter what you think you're doing, you're not doing nothing that's gonna, not work in my favor, if you understand what I'm saying. Like, so anyway, that's that with that,
I just want to put up one just so they can see it. You know what I'm saying? They might be like, this dude talking. Like, nah. Nah, that's complex, y'all. That's complex. It's on Hot 97, Hip Hop DX, all of the platforms, and then all of the media platforms, with that. So the places that y'all be going to, instead of coming here or coming to my platform, they be going to them them guys with them very little hats. You know what I'm saying? With the very little hats and no love for your culture at all. Or y'all go over there because y'all be thinking that, oh, it's going to do numbers. You looking at numbers and, selling out for that. So like, they're going to do that. So they'll go see it. They'll see it over there. Like, so I just wanted to pull up Complex real quick so they see or Hot 97 or, one of those sites, right?
Hey, you know what I realized with your audience, or just with the audience in general? Some people speak different languages. It's in different languages too. If you speak German, you speak French, you speak Spanish, you speak Chinese. It's in all of those. It's translated. So the funny thing is, when they thought by putting it in another country, it would be like, haha, we put it over here. It's not in America, but it is in America. It's Hot 97, Complex, that's America, etc. But at the same, it's a national story. But people thinking that if it's in China and France and Canada and Germany and Africa, that I'm losing. I'm like, you guys don't understand how the world works. Like, you think if the block don't like it, right, that the Beatles won't exist. Like, the Beatles existed, and some of our favorite artists wind up becoming mega stars because other countries seen the value in who they were. So by putting the article on these international platforms, they solidified everything that I stand for even more. And the fact that they reported me as an artist and musician is the blessing of blessings. I'm not in there for nonsense, for killing, for hurting, for essay, for any nonsense. You get what I'm saying? Anything that our community is being pulled down for. If you ask AI, if you don't, believe me or our good brother right now, or anybody who's in my favor, you can talk, and you don't want to talk to humans. You can talk to the AI and say, who is Rief Rawyal? What's going on with him? And let the AI tell you. So, but, again, respectfully, knowledge was like, I ain't gonna do that. You my brother, I can talk to you. I'm not gonna do like they doing. They not even talking to me. They all talking to AI instead of me. So again, the more they do that, it just, really etches it in stone. Like now it doesn't just magically go away. Like now it's there. Like before, they took the video down. Before they they thought they could mute the song. Now it's bigger than like the Rolling Stone article. It's published in Quebec in French, right? So the funny thing is like if you look it up on certain like if you ask AI or you ask certain search engines to find it, they say that's not in our database. Meaning if you wanted to delete it, because like say when we go back to the Bloomberg conversation, and although Bloomberg wound up apologizing and saying I was right in 2020, 2010, when it was a hot topic, he told the Daily News to remove my article. Right. And by him removing my article, luckily another news outlet reported the article, what the Daily News wrote about. So the proof is there, but he had enough power to have the platform remove the article. So to avoid, let's say a Rock Nation or a Warner Bros., one of these, just saying like a larger company saying, yo, I'm paying you to remove that. Right? They can't even do it because it's not even a part of their database, because it's in another country. So that's how powerful this conversation has become, because it's dealing with intellectual property at a time where it's the cyber age. It's the digital era. It's cyberism, and a lot of artists are trying to figure things out. And I guess, one of the conversations that we have in as far as streaming is, that it's a low payout. So when you have something that's such a low payout, but then they turn around and make $1 billion+ off a fraction of my song, they telling us that hip hop is dead, right? Everywhere we turn, you got Black artists, white artists, Asian artists, everybody's doing our art except us. Right? They telling us that hip hop is dead. But then by him stealing a record and them in their company making a $1 billion run with it, and now a multi-billion-dollar run because it's tied to the AI now, that just proves that that's cap. And at the same time, that they're saying, listen, they're discontinuing pennies. But the artists streaming is based on a fraction of a penny. So if you're going to discontinue the penny, why are we still getting a fraction of a penny? Put it up to a nickel. If you go to the store is going to say, I can't give you anything less than a nickel. I'm not going to give you your 4 pennies, right? There's artists that are rich from a fraction of a penny from the streaming. I know this for a fact. People are buying cars, houses, just from streams with a fraction of a penny. So if you are taking 4 pennies from everybody, from millions of people, that adds up really quick. So if you're taking pennies every day from multiple people, that adds up to a lot of money really fast. So some stores are saying, we're gonna round it up. You're gonna have to pay that extra nickel, opposed to if it's 1 penny, 2 pennies, now you got to pay a full nickel. So as an artist, I'm saying, we need to round it up. Like they need to round up what they're paying us, So, because if they want us to pay a nickel, then don't charge me a fraction of a penny. Don't pay me a fraction of a penny, then charge me a nickel for your stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that got to get fixed. And the blessing is I'm not in their system, so they can't just F me over. You get what I'm saying? Because if she would have listened to the A&R earlier on and she would have signed me, this conversation would be a lot different. You get what I'm saying? Because I would have been a part of their system, and they would have been like, you're a part of our system. Look at the fine print. Got him. And they would have had the record. Or the record would have been a success, and I would have been a part of that system. Right? But she didn't sign me because she was trying to be a boss. So she was so busy in her world trying to be the boss and come back with the numbers, you know, and she can blame her boss or she can blame herself. It's a who's who done it. And it could be him, her, him, this person, that person, whatever the case. I don't know. I'm not even trying to, all I know is what I know is the facts. The song is the same. She got promoted at the same, her rise to success and his rise to success matches my timeline. Right. So that's really, you know, what it all boils down to. Like there's, you know, the institutional access that I have through the president of these labels that I'm bringing the music to, and then the social media footprint, digital footprint that tracks everything, and the musicologist saying it's the same. So they're tracked, and that's where we at with everything as of today.
See how it was better to go into like reverse chronicle order. Let's start back in over here instead of being in the present.
Just to give a little context, you know, to the conversation, because some people, you know, will look at it like, you know, I know Royale from this, I know Royale from that, and you know, I've always been criticized for multitasking and doing a lot. People would always say, "Oh, you're doing too much. Like you always doing this, and you know, just stick to one thing, brother." And I'm like, now you're in my world. You're in the world where if you're not doing a lot, you ain't doing enough. So, you know, it's not who you know, if who you know don't know. That's really what it is. A lot of people know a lot of people, but a lot of people that they know don't know. So, because they don't have the experience, because they were sticking to doing the same thing all the time. And now you're at a time where, oh, you need to know other things, you know, and now it's a lot easier to get this information, but a lot of people are late. They're starting late because they didn't believe the internet was going to be around. They didn't believe YouTube was real. They didn't believe you one of those internet dudes. Okay. Like you remember me from back in the days, but you see me hustling today and you're going to call me it. Whatever. That means you just a sucker or a hater and you just hoping I fail. But to your surprise, it's like, surprise, surprise. I did it again. He did it again. Oh no. So it's like, this is, I did my own personal false flags. Like, okay. I see y'all watching. I see what y'all doing. So I did it on a personal level. Like, how can I predict and say all of this other magical stuff about everything else? And you always say, yo, you know how you say all this other stuff, but how come you fucked up? Or how come you ain't got this, and that? Or how come you ain't doing this and that or whatever? So it's like, all right, cool. You know, you say you could do this and that. So I use myself as an example, because that's to me, is the best way to set an example by using myself, because some people won't believe, you know, and I don't got time for that. Like, I don't care if you don't believe. I know what I know because it's my experience. Something that you said before is like, you know, is that it's more obvious if you're paying attention, where I'll be doing things that they're describing, but they don't have the experience because they're just watching me do it. But because they can articulate what I'm doing, they wind up getting the job, but they don't have the experience. So because they can articulate like, oh, this is what he's doing that, you know, but they're not saying he, you know, they're just describing what I do. I have the Midas touch, but I still outwork people who are supposed to be, you know, my peers. So just because I have the Midas touch, I know I'm blessed. I know I have the Midas touch, you know, and it's out, you know, this being able to turn bad to good or nothing to something, because I know I have that ability. I don't sit back comfortably and wait and just do these things or wait for the perfect opportunity. I still hustle and make my own lane when there's nothing that you can, like, how you going, there's no lane there. Okay, so I make my own. I'm not going where everybody else is going. All those sheeps is that way. I'm not going with the sheeps. Like, that's just not me. I'm not, you know, one to follow the crowd off of the edge. I would rather, you know, cut away into a new path that, you know, we can prosper from. And, you know, it's like my conversation with reparations. Like, oh, you don't want it? I'll get it myself. I'm not fighting for people that's going to fight me back. You know, I want to be ignorant. I want to stay in the trap. Keep it real, brother. You can have that. You can have that. I'm gonna go over here and get mine. And you just, if you happy with where you at and what you're doing with your life, I have to be happy that you're happy. And that's what I've been working on for myself. Like, let me do my best at getting myself, you know, taking care of myself and my own mental health, and just being able to breathe and focus on this next chapter of my life, and this next chapter that we're moving into, because it's, you know, it's just it's a spooky time. It's a spooky time, and a lot of people are not, you know, as focused as I wanted them to be. I'll be, you know, doing my best to give out as much information as possible. But at this point, you know, like I said, like, dang, I'm at the Little Richard Chuck Berry stage of my life, where it's like, and it's like the music is timeless, but I'm realizing, like, yo, I'm not 15 no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not, you know, I've been in it since, you know, 15, you know, and earlier than that. But at the same time, it's not, you know, the clock don't stop. It keeps going forward. So, you know, it's if we can ride off in the sunset, you know, playing Pain and Pleasure and thanking Uzi and Atlantic and Kanye and whoever else, you know, that contributed to the success, you know, and without hate and malice or anything like that, I'm all for it. Like, I ain't got no hate, no problems with nobody. Like, I love everybody, and I'm happy, you know, that they putting out new music that sounds, another thing that is so funny, another little caveat to the conversation, it's public information. Again, it's not a secret. When they were saying that all those Jersey Club songs sound alike, all of them sound alike. That's what they was going to try to hit me with that, right? So as they saying that, right, I'm like, oh, really? So I make a whole project with I use all the same Jersey Club beat, all different songs. Every song sound different on this Club Forensics. I specifically named it Club Forensics because you have a forensic musicologist that you have to submit your music to judge if it's the same or not the same. So I created this Club Forensics where I'm creating all these Jersey songs, just showing that, you know, the style doesn't have to be, you know, you don't have to do the same thing. Like, that's cap. So right as I do that, and I just have this in the cut, and I'm just waiting, like, yeah, I dare them to say all of these Jersey Club songs sound the same. But so as his fans and whoever's, you know, this digital street team that they sicked on my pages, because that was a wave of hate that just came out of nowhere. So I went from, you know, a million views and 100,000 likes to all of a sudden nobody likes my record. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's the bots now. Like, they sick the bots on me, because even Academic didn't say my name, but he said the situation. He was like, they sicking bots on people and they doing this is how they do it. And, you know, he's describing everything that they're doing without he can't say, because he rocks with these guys. You know what I'm saying? So he's saying it and I'm listening and I'm taking it in, right? Pause. pause. And you know, this is you know, something where you see him switch over to a new label. Now, when you switch over to a new label, it can be described as you got dropped, or, you know, they done fired a bunch of people, and because they didn't think I was going to file. So as he switch over or is shifted into a new space in his career, he starts releasing music under his new Rock Nation label, and a couple of the records, you know, sound like him. And then he releases a record, a New Jersey club record, and it don't sound like Just Wanna Rock or Pain and Pleasure. And everybody's trying to, like, his fans are trying to promote it like, oh, he's back and he got us doing hip rock again, because they was trying to say that sound was played out. But when he went back to the sound, they like, oh, it's back now. So I'm like, I don't think they understand that he just killed any argument that they had. Like, the last piece of argument that they had was that all the songs sound alike. But he created a new song that doesn't even sound like him. It sounds like a completely different record, but it's still a Jersey club record, meaning that you can I could hear the same beat and come up with a different idea. So to come up with the same idea is a 1 in a trillion situation. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, that's like the last thing that the last caveat of it.
Gotta look after my investment. So anything else you want to touch on before you roll out?
I think we covered so much in that little bit of time to get them up to speed with that, where they can look back at that. If there's any questions or anything like that, then, hit it in the comments, in the comment section. Definitely, I definitely want the support of the people. I need the support. Like, share, comment. I got a new page. So I'm known as Royale, but the news media, when they was looking for me, they seen that so many other artists wind up taking my name. So to distinguish me from the other artists that are now claiming to be Royale because they wanted clicks too, they said Rief Rawyal. So as they're saying that, they rebranded my brand for me. Thank you. So what did I do? I created a new Spotify, a new distro under Rief Rawyal. So I'm building up that Rief Rawyal catalog. So as people are looking for Rief Rawyal, they can find it, and it'll be available with music there. So I'm already up to about 7 songs already. So, and I'm doing my best to keep loading, and I'm creating this new style, this new sound there where it's retro new. So that's, again, even the AI is like, yeah, he got a retro new style, and it's true. That's what it is. So it's I'm able to sample myself. I'm taking from my old stuff, and I'm able to, like, instead of me sampling Ray Charles or Chuck Berry or in Little Richard and Elvis and the rest of these characters, like, Elvis was they AI back in the days. Like, if they like, there was a time when if you was an artist, I know you hear about the artist that creates these, some of these horror stories. I'm sure you're familiar with the horror stories of artists that get their song taken from years ago. Elvis, Pat Boone would sing a soul song over, and they would make more money than the original artist. And now, instead of a Pat Boone and Elvis, it's AI, that's replacing artists. So it's Elvis and Pat Boone on steroids at this point. And what I'm doing is creating derivatives of myself. So instead of waiting for a label to do it, another artist to do it, I'm doing it myself. Like, I've been in the game for 30+ years. I have so much content, so much catalog that I'm sampling from my own catalog. Like, instead of, I want to remix a Michael Jackson song. Yeah, I wanted to remix the, Big L project, but I don't have access because that's not, that I don't have access for whatever reason. right? I could do it illegally, but I don't even want to play those games. So instead of that, I'm the hot topic. Why not sample myself now? So it's the perfect opportunity for me to refresh my own catalog and reintroduce myself to all of those new people because when I look at the stats and the metrics, it's no longer 35 and up that's checking for me. It's now like the teenagers to 35 that are checking for me. So now that puts my brand in another generation and creates another generation of time that I'm locked in. So to link up with me as a brand. So anybody that's looking like, yo, what's the value of doing all of this stuff? Like, how does that make sense? Because now when you search me up, the things that pop to the top is LinkedIn, is Apple Music, where before that wasn't coming up. So now all of these brands are trying to be the first. And what did that turn into, as everybody's trying to search and see who's the guy that's suing my guy, who's this guy, who's Rief Rawyal? They searching and they come to my page and they see me wearing a damn what? The quarter zip. So as they see me with the quarter zip, what happens? They start wearing the quarter zips. So it winds up helping the young dudes have a choice, have an option other than dressing like women, because it turned into a lot of artists, a lot of celebrities are cross-dressing, like they were carrying purses, wearing women's clothes. Now, to each his own, do what you're going to do, but that's never been my style. So when they came and they like trying to find somebody who's the opposite of, the satanic cult that they calling it, with all of these guys that they're again, that they opposing, and they say me, and they wind up copying my style again. Now that's again a part of my lawsuit, because now they flooded the market. That's called it. There's a specific name for it that I don't have right now because it's the time or whatever. But there's a specific thing where you wind up flooding the market with my style. Before I would have been able to, like, if everything would have went right, I'm already branded. So a cross brand with a Louis Vuitton or Marc Jacob or Michael Kors or whoever, that deal is no longer as special because now the entire market is like it. So when I come out with it, it's already there. So they wind up messing up a lot of money, because these are multi-million-dollar deals that are being interfered with this nonsense. So of course that's a part of the case, because as the young dudes are, thinking it's a game and thinking it's a joke, and they dressing like me, and they, trying to create a whole brand and copy my style. Yo, we got LinkedIn pages too, and everything I'm doing, they doing it and they copying it, but they not saying my name or tying me to it. And I'm watching them grow, and it's dope that it's viral. But at the same time, I'm like, going back to this case, like, yo, that's why y'all owe me this money, because you just, messed up another deal. And if you wouldn't have took the song, all of this stuff would have been mine, et cetera, and selling it to AI. But anyway, that was a whole nother conversation. But yeah. So I'm just saying all of that to say, please follow my new music page, Rief Rawyal, RIEF RAWYAL Royale. But the new music page, Rief Rawyal, and just like, share, support. I will finish this child support chapter. Like, it's going to be multiple books. It's going to turn into one book, but the first chapter that's going to be finished soon after this case moves on. But I'm going to finish this one chapter where it's the transcripts. I'm gonna release the transcripts and some of the documents and some narrative with it, so people can at least understand that I don't want to become one of these guys that are selling you hopes and dreams. I want you to see the reality. I want you to stick to the facts. So when you read the transcripts and you see that although my child's mother wasn't there in court and they continued with it, although I handed in the correct paperwork and they continued with the case, and although this and that, and they was, my bank accounts and et cetera, and the struggle that you can see for yourself, not my opinion, not my emotions, not caught up in, probability of what possibly, no, this is what happened. This is the facts. You don't have to like me. You don't have to like what I'm saying. You don't have to like what I'm talking about, but it's just the facts that you can read for yourself and you can understand what you're dealing with and take it how you take it. But I'm just selling my experience. I give away the information. The information, free. My experience, you got to pay for it. You understand what I'm saying by that? Like, people are selling you the child support information, and I'm telling people, that information is free. Like, it's free. Like, that information, oh, that's free. That's in the book. But my experience, the time that I experienced, no, you got to pay for my experience. Like, I'm not giving you my experience free, right? So the book, not free. It's my experience. Pay for it. The information to get free for you, it's ask AI. Put your case, put the information in AI. So my experience can help you understand how to frame your questions so you can get the answers that you need. Because the information, again, is free, but my experience, you got to pay for it. In closing, that's it. RoyalMusic.com still exists. Royal News still exists. I'm doing my best to get and keep those things updated, but everything is there. You can follow me on the social media that you have, whatever social media you have, I have. Follow me there. You can send DMs. Show love. Show love. I need some love. I like the love. I like the love. I like the love. I need some more love. No, just find something that you like or love and tell me what you like about it. Tell me what you want to hear more of, while I'm in the creative mode before I get back to painting and drawing or whatever the case is. And that's about it. My last bit of energy was for you. I just was saving it up and I was saving that last bit of energy for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my brother, the man, Rief Rawyal.
I appreciate you having me, Notice.
Word.
Peace.
Whoever said illegal was the easy way out couldn't understand the mechanics and the workings of the underworld. Granted, 9 to 5 is how you survive. I ain't trying to survive.
And also joining us is Rief Rawyal, a multimedia artist.
Who said illegal was the easy way out? They couldn't understand the mechanics and the workings of the underworld. Granted, 9 to 5 is how we survive. I ain't trying to survive, trying to live it to the limit and love it alive. 9 to 5 is how we survive. I ain't trying to survive, trying to live it to the limit and love it alive. I'm making my own land. Royal's a modern day pharaoh. From the projects, a product of the ghetto. Never settle, take it to another level. Where the sky ain't limited and cops don't shadow. And the women look good and they not so shallow. When your pockets ain't deep and you're not Jim Kimmel. On a late night, the streets is no place to sleep. These cold days don't come cheap. Robbed the narrow and heat, learn the hard way. 4th floor seat at the Barclays. Dudes our age, thinking they Scarface. Should've spoke to him, say hello to him, then it go through him. Talking about the gift that God gave. Chest off the board, it still played the same. With every move is something to lose, something to gain. Make everything count, fuck pumping the ounce. I'm kingpin in the bounce, in the penthouse, top floor. Get your queen to king knocked over. Like illegal was the easy way out. They couldn't understand the mechanics and the workings of the underworld. Granted, 9 to 5 is how we survive. I ain't trying to survive, trying to live it to the limit and love it alive. 9 to 5 is how we survive. I ain't trying to survive, trying to live it to the limit and love it alive. You think you can get through me? Come on! I'm just getting started. I'm making my own land. They They want you laid up in Bentons, whip bent up. They want the judge throw the book at you, the sentence shut. They want you claim a set so they can claim the opposite. Chilling with your children and they asking who you riding with. Cops still prowling, hunger pains don't stop your stomach from growling. Stranded out in Shaolin, tiger style, got stripes from the street life. Dudes pop pills now, they don't use pipes. That's why the last pack you push ain't add up quite right. Rent still due, and your sneakers ain't looking that new. The car's unmarked and they looking at you. Even try to call Nikki, but it ain't go through. Knowing your daughter need diapers and baby shoes got you filling out apps. It's similar to craps. Your jump shot ain't that wicked and you don't rap. It's like life passed you by and she ain't look back. I'm making my own land.
Did we have a dope show or not? Okay. Promised a dope show. Delivered a dope show. 2 amazing guests, 2 amazing stories that kind of run intersectional and parallel, you know, breaking in and creating your own lane. All right. So we had Esoteric News. Shout out to Jody one more time. Make sure y'all go run up her channel. Y'all seen Killah Priest check in from the studio, so y'all be in tune for tomorrow. What Architect D and the Iron Salt of hip hop's Alpha Omega, the great Archon, Killah Priest, and we're rocking out. So next week we will be on with Neftali Israel. She will be coming through, Queen Neftali coming through with a sword. Okay, so she has a masterful presentation planned for us. So next Wednesday, the 11th, okay, 2/11, right? On the Ascension Day of Whitney Houston. So yeah, definitely gonna be something dope. Sons of Anak, Inky, she got a whole breakdown. I spoke to her earlier today, was honored that she wanted to come on Royal Priesthood Wednesday. Would be dope. So make sure y'all check that out and stay in tune. All right, got some more surprises in the month of February, Aquarius season, as we're going from Aquarius to Pisces, because I know the Pisces is around the corner. I seen them thawing out. They thawing out, you know what I'm saying? So it's about to be dope, about to be epic. So with that, say peace and love to the family and be in tune for tomorrow. Right? Peace.
Silent. Rain and thunder, the pain I'm under. Paranoid, I keep seeing the same numbers. Even on the train that's coming. Lights in the tunnel. I'm standing at the terminal of eternal jewels.
God is love. It's either you just did. The same thing that created the tree created me. The same element that created water created you. Same element that creates the wind and the rain created woman. God is everyone and everywhere.
I said it before, I'm a melody, a metaphor. I'm the L-O-V-E, comma, MC, comma, mentor, comma, Assalamu alaikum, breaking, Satan, embracing the day sun with night arms, quite calm. You see peace as we sleep, as you stare in the spheres, you hear light bombs, distorted noise, distant thunder, a sense of joy and mystic wonders. Spring is escorted into fall's courthouses in the winter season to visit summers.
The moon and the stars, the fields full of grain, the soft summer breezes and the mountain rains, it all belongs to my Father.
Abba, But now it's Shabbat Shemayim, Orion, Holy Mount Zion, snowy owls flying. I watched them closely, then slowly they morphed into Kobe Bryant. Talking, what is he saying? Then behind him I saw thousands of musicians playing instruments, intimate actors and entertainment giants, masters of science. Get a path with their guidance. I'm in the craft when I'm writing. I am brass, I am diamonds. I wear a mask to keep them shining.
I believe in man. I believe in woman. I believe that we can change anything that's wrong. I believe that God gave every man and every woman the power to change, to cause effect, to treat people decently. We have the power to feed the hungry children or not to feed. We have the power to give and administer justice or non-justice. We have the power for everything.
I dissolve the Old and New Testament like it's a peppermint. These gospels open up my nostrils. The treatment's like a medicine. It secretes within my tonsils. Then I speak counsels to my apostles. Like it's heaven sent, like Jesus in the Nephilims. I'm in past and present tense. To a master devil Schmidt, to the upper class of presidents. Whether testosterone or estrogen.
Wait a minute, the colossal bones left evidence. Paintings of these ancient astronauts on these stones are copper tones. Salo, let's make an instrument. Chisel, now place the rocks on his phone. Then put it in his box that's unknown. The sun is hot, ozone, layer, prayer, watch. Time stops the invention of hip-hop. This is a microphone. The scenery is like a twilight zone. That's how I write poems. As I hone in my third eye cones. Then combs through ancient black civilizations and highlight thrones. Blood type Israelite to the real Christ is shown.
Do you believe in God?
That is God to me. God is trees, air, women, men, children. We are made in his image. So my philosophy is if we're in his image, we must really be close to him. So man and woman must be a part of him. That is God.
Pain make the black fathers chain smoke. It starts to rain in the park, children playing on the swings. Marvin Gaye standing in his raincoat. Do you see demons in the flames? World made them go crazy till he seen the babies with the wings of an angel. They can't grow, it's painful. First off, rest in peace to Takeoff. His real name Kirchnick, Kyrie Ball. At the same time with Kanye, then Kyrie got involved. Oh wow, Kirchnick, Kyrie and Kanye. Guess that's the modern day KKK. Ancestors were slaves, now we America's plagues. Be aware and afraid. From Hebrews to Negroes, I heard the sequels fire and brimstone. Cause they put the messiahs on Skid Row. We were the providers that lift stones. We had empires with big thrones. We were never pre-owned, now we unknown. When I write I can see home. Before they put our seeds in the twilight zone. The enemies with the white tone. That gave us BET and EBT. R.I.P. to Nate Dogg and Easy E. Tupac Shakur and B.I.G. Shots for you all, and one more for Shock G. They're on the ships as Anunnakis. When I spit, they transform through my body. They call it the gift of my hands when man first saw astronomy. Call me Gandhi or Godly from Mali. Spread love like I'm on Molly, but I'm as strong as broccoli or broccoli. They call me the Mahdi. The truth is clear as Saki. I'm headed through the spheres, the proof is here, the suits I wear is probably for the star seas. I'm the tsunami, split to both sides when I part seas like Moses. I wrote this is God disease. Hashtag, when did Kanye start talking like he's Razzcast? Who would've thought it, but we support it. Knowledge drop like a leaky faucet. Take ignorance out like a trash bag. Say to the babies, we in the land where they made a graven lady. The great horde that makes war and takes your safety. Satanists, necromancers, question God, the devil answers. Alchemists with bars, a metal handler. I sit on the throne with heavy antlers. The golden deer, the chosen steer. It's more than rap in the booth, I'm a channeler. I sense rejection, isolation, and fear. And abandonment, I planted hit. Candles lit for a year. Save the babies, stress, loss of control, death. This is Hades, bodies going up the pole. They feel lost in the need to belonging. I see the performance, let's save our seeds till the morning. And place our greed in the coffin. You can actually see what I'm talking. I got the tolerance of Solomon. On my throne of knowledge in the outer realms. I see it like a film or a hologram. I see our babies going crazy. Infants codependent. With no opinions that's so offensive. No one to help them or show them business. So they are co-defendant in his prisons. But with the math, I'm the master of the solar system. I came in the craft to expose religion, but I'm good friends and good faith with the Jehovah Witness, and so with Christians. In Islam, I sit calm as I deal with the outer limits. I switch palms, I'm the old magician. Sleight of hand when I'm writing jams. My style is hidden, algorithms, balanced wisdom. The style is healing, trauma from the mama, drama. I had rhymes ready to carry the summer, but I was never ready for the news. I had to bury my mother. I told my Aunt Cassie and Aunt Carrie I love her. Don't worry, no suffer. Fish and curry for supper. She's my Mary as I sit with the brothers. Maybe my last meal, Judas, came as a covert, narcissist, arguments over if I had a deal. Bag of pills, 50 pieces of silver, I grab a steel. It's getting real, this giving chills. I written this will, understanding anxiety through a child's eye. Grew up on the wild side, expecting a storm, mad clouds in the sky. Saved the children, obeyed the healing. They played victim, became the villain. God favors Abel's offering because of jealousy came with killing. In the 60s we were proud of blackness. None of black queens are child or captive. Churches Alice to practice. Our attitudes are maladaptive. Our children play in the day, but at night the owls are active. Police proud with the captain. Big brother watches through clouds for our taxes. We stand on mounds looking up but can't see them like the meerkats. And fear that they looking down on our actions. Post-traumatic stress disorders. The IRS at our door cuz they took the law from us. They plan to build a super highway to try to escape and get arrested at the borders. Grandmothers pray, making a mess at the altar. It's like the old days, hair braids, like the chicken necks, make an offer. Pray till it rains, felt a hurricane over Mississippi till the whole South flood with waters. We personalized, we hurt inside. We never arrived, we first tried. 432 Hertz vibes. He must be doing the devil's work. This is Mr. Universe live. West is Yam, the East is Codeine, teaming in the South. Let me even this out. They came from the North, which is smoke, painted on skulls. The land of Canaan of old, trading and enslaving the gold. Required by force, wanted resources and tribes on a horse. Uninhabited plots, that's why the unexplained gathered in crops. The whole universe is inside of an astronaut. They say Killah Priest sounds like when Prince first worked with Sheila E. When Michael Jackson first put on his glove. When the first disco balls lit up a club. When Bob Marley lit up his bud. Or hear the Keys by Stevie Wonder. Or hear my CD mother. Save the babies.
Okay, it's your mother. I'm just calling, checking to see if you got on the safe side. Give me a call so I won't worry. Love you. Bye.
I woke up out of a good night's sleep and slipped right into a daydream that may seem like a lifetime. Then the night rewind to this light shine upon my face as I awake to daydreaming to chase demons way to the evening till I'm sleeping. Then I awake, freeze, and I start screaming. It's late, sharp breathing, my heart still beating. Running through the pocket patch, thunderclap, lightning, rain, rivers running from the gaps, valleys, plains, hills, cornfields, the sun and pat, running back above the map. Is this sleep deprivation, or am I on deep medication? Am I meditating till I'm asleep, but I keep awakening? I'm searching for the requiem inside my mind's aquariums, trying to break free from this lucid entrapment, using music as my blueprint for magic, my inception to my insurrection for madness. Blessed be priest message, each record's a classic. Pray there's no wreckage when her spirit exit the casket. I called her mommy till she's wrapped like a mummy. My first spaceship was her tummy. I ate what she ate when I'm hungry. Humbled, my arms crumbled as the grapes was taken from me. I shook like a quake, her spirit lift like a ship from a lake. Comfort me when they come for me. I'ma embrace the entire space, the sun and sea. Then shout, Mom, you did great. Wonderfully, I came from the thunder inside your belly, healthy with 1 or 2 teeth. You taught me to speak, then God told me to preach, and gave me a sword for his head. I'ma take hold of the beast. Soon as your soul release, I'ma let go of peace. Now I'm ready for the war that was shown to me. I'm the devil's hunter, that's the spirit I'm under. I'ma chase you to nightfall, to the sun up, to break the chains of asunder. I have insomnia, on my way to the Andromeda. Study the planets like an astronomer. Interstellar, I'm telling with the elders from South America. I'm 51, am I familiar with that area? I'm with the healers when I wrote Rocket to Nebula. My veins are filled with the ancestors' blood, and I'm a replica of the messenger. When it rains, it's just a flood to cover the plains from something high-tech above. The unexplained, the sun is my main. I'm unreachable, untamed, unspeakable, unchanged. I remain the same. Only see growth through my deep quotes. Tell Thoth I'm in deep thought. I could break a bill if they free range. My mother's initials on God's keychain. Storm bills, cornfields, chasing up the Laurel Hill. I'll get at the sworn deals, born skills. Wintertime, warm meals. My mother's gone, I'm on still. Waking up the morning chills. Peer to a dimension, fillers to filters. Or spirits for healers. To becoming wireless into splitters. To deliver. You begin losing signal, they're little. Into crystals, in the middle. Behind the moon's gateway, in the shape of an egg. No more naysayers as you're going through the lunar haze. Face plates, infinity in the 8 shapes. The time is wintry, you see the gray 8. Then turn to the grave and say, where's your debate? For this is fate. I start unplugging, debugging. Before my transition, make man see woman. Then plant myself into the seed before the bee coming. I'm still in the cornfield running. Interstellar, Cinderella, said Cinderfella. I transcend from the nebula. This is the end of an era. I wish you good luck in all your endeavors. Release the pressure, the depressor. Then read the letters. Encounter us without seeing a body. Like you emailed us. Delightful that it's not when you contact us, it's when we write you back. I used to watch continents fall just by my chi energy alone. I never used stone. I destroy cities by using cotton balls and big pillars of silken clouds. I watched their towers go down like a comet hit their walls, then smash their buildings with fog. That is all. The post verse. Trying to phone home, picking up ETs on the main line. After I crash, I'm experiencing amnesia and deja vu at the same time. And an unexpected close encounter of the fifth kind. The Akashic Records, Book of Revelations, we experience the sixth sign. What the prophets predict, shift paradigms. Do we believe in the tarots or their minds? The man that travels through the shadows till he shines. Factual, they don't attack you, they attack the genes. My black queen took the vaccine. They blaspheme, ask Tutankhamen. They get curses when you unmask kings. Martin Luther and his one last dream. Riding bikes, climbing heights, whiny heights, flying kites. Lighting pipes, mind sights, driving pikes. Around a blinding light, road at night, motorbike. Roller coaster sight, closer bright, poltergeist.
Okay, it's your mother. I'm just calling, checking to see if you got home safe, son. Give me a call so I won't worry. Love you. Bye.
Message saved.
The Moor from Berber, the Prince of Persia, a stitch of murder, the war observer, saw him lynch a herder, blood rinsed from a lurker. Took a risk when he heard her, her neck in his grip, then he jerked her. Whispered pagan prayers, then let her go down the stairs. Curtains blew everywhere, he hurried through the night air. Lights flared from the watchtower. Search team with rock wallers, kings that got power. From queens that drop flowers, screams grew a lot louder. He schemes as the fox prowler. Caught him on the trail, lit the veil, tried to impale, it didn't go well, they both fell. Grabbed his coattail as the moon swelled in the open sky. The ocean in his eyes saw blue whales. From mountain high, the falcon glide above the island tribes of Cork. Smiling at his finger prize from off his cloth. He fell to his own demise for all his losses. Hell has thrones inside, his flesh and bones collected by the tides. Sand wet with foam, bubbles till they dry. The morning comes, the sky is lit with the sun. Hits the earth kingdom, full 360 is spun. Prince amongst the living ones, children will run. Sit down and listen stunned how his mission was won. He said the night before I had dreams of being betrayed by the God. They consulted on a plan, I prayed on it hard. By day I cannot rest, by night there is no peace. I spoke to nobles, the wise men, and the holy priests. They told me it was grief, showed me to my sleep. I slowly went in deep, there I fought on beasts. Awakened with torn sheets, wrestled with devils and leveled his armies. The calm meek was breathed, too tense to speak. I turned the other cheek after I murdered his elite. I'm the Canaanite king with Babylonian wing. My battle's holy supreme, arrows are loaded on your team. As I swing the axe, all our kings are black. I'm the murderer and Merkaba, all bow and worship us. No book can interpret us. We're before night, we are pure light. We absorb sight. sight. We're the tallest height, we are called the bright. For social culture, as the day falls to its closure, like a retrograde turning off its motor, and the earth's shadow is in full exposure. 200,000 rays of light, slightly beige white, silvery dark grays overtake the third boulder. The land of kings and gods in the heavens are now lowered. Talk to them, priest. For a fortress, they ride on horses and kill with soldiers. The greed of man, the seed of damn, for we are the I am. Back when Africa was a tropical rainforest, the Tyrannosaurus, the planet's purest, went from combat with hands to swordmen, the cannons for warring. Check the canyons for drawings, spamming major land of porous, unknown forces. The first books was just talking, and man found a way to record it. In ancient Samaria, they found records of schools and mortgage, tools they used for schools and soaring. Back when the natives first saw New Orleans. By the White Lake in grandmother's land lived about 8 clans. In the midst of the tribes and the wives and children stood a very brave man. His look disturbed as he came into the chief tents for the 3rd time. Drenched, convinced that little waters exist. For the 3rd time, he was with us during the vision ceremony. We haven't seen him since. Agitated, he started punching his own hand with his fist. The chief said, "Tall bear, you're losing your wits. You must get a grip. The ant people want your attention, and you must resist." There was no little waters with us at the fire pit, but chief, he did exist. I'm not sick, he's the one we shared our peace pipe with. He spoke wonderful and righteous, discipline, enlightenment. Do you remember during the ceremony, we took the trumpet plant to see in advance. Our visions did enhance, and you warned us of the ants before we slipped into a trance. Little waters, and you over there, you put an eagle feather in his hand. I know, because during the ceremony I glanced. You said you felt the power of the yak and the elk. Little waters played the drums to bring back your health. The chief said, "Please, tall bear, relax yourself. Maybe we should bring in some tribes women and ask them for help." So as the night stormed, tall bear went on and on how they spoke on upper plains and other life forms, and how little waters captured the bison. You visit their boyhood, the joys of the white owl in the oak woods, the spirit journey to the snow wolves. Did the horse dance, sing a rain song? I came and gone, this is no good. Chief said, "Tall bear, I knew and spoke to you for many years. I wish your grandfather was still here, but this case is so rare. People and memories just don't disappear. I have no idea, but please have a seat right here. Maybe you're going crazy. Have you had sleep lately?" Then he called for the tribes and the medicine ladies. They arrived with great urgency. "What's the emergency?" Chief said, "Tall bear needs your care." They all looked confused. They all asked, "Who?" Chief said, "Ask him yourself." They looked around the room and said, "Chief, who are you talking to?" The chief said, "Tall bear, he's sitting right there." They asked, "Where?" "There's no one else here except us and you." The chief eyes stunned with terror and fear. His face just flared. Moments go by as they all just stare. Hours later, the children walk in the TV from behind their backs, then look around the circle, then ask, "What are y'all staring at?" The spider lady turned and said, "The chief is very sick and hallucinating." The children said, "What chief? From outside, y'all sound like y'all was talking to the ancient." For years, it was only us, near the tree called Wounded Knee, above the hills, where the Sioux and the big waters run free. By the White Lake, the night draped in silence over undiscovered landscapes. Daybreak, pine mountains, drink from the many puddles that the rain makes. Bushes of trumpet flowers, wild grapes, marsh showers, and grass snakes. As the sun bakes the empty space near White Lake, their Wounded Knee, the birds fly from the tree, cause every now and then that place shakes. The ground trembles. Just in that spot, on the right night, you can feel a mild earthquake. In grandmother's land. In grandmother's land. In the grandmother's land, the time first began. Who was there? Tall Bear, Little Waters, the Chief, or was it incomplete? Were the three really there? Or the medicine ladies? In grandmother's land, grandmother's land, grandmother's land, grandmother's land, grandmother's land, grandmother's land, wine time.
In grandmother's land, in grandmother's land, were they ever there? The tall bear, the chief, and little water. In grandmother's land, in grandmother's land, were they ever there? The tall bear, the chief, and little waters. In grandmother's land, we walk the burning sands.
Phoenix. Let's get it. Yeah. From a mustard seed, I must succeed. Through storm clouds, the horned owl just brush the trees. The rainfall, I remain small to luckily. The grain is tall, but I change form, become a tree. Dusting off my leaves, the moth and bee swirl around me. A world with no boundaries. The ignorant 10% thought it was just a breeze. Throwing dirt cause their heart holds in their hurt. Hey yo, Ty, you know the chart shows when to be alert. This goes from 2 in a verse to a whole universe. The altitude is windy, but through currents and air pockets, a rare prophet. To feel the world is too empty. It's too much to explain. Ty pH is the water, so it's only right she rain. And y'all know my name. Yeah, Ty Wave.
Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when you touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us.
A royal priest beside a phoenix is no less than fire. Every bar's a power line like an electric wire. We interplanetary beings, we can stand the sun. Been to 23 galaxies like a Samsung. When they speak of royalty, they thinking J and B. I'm talking higher deities than the awakened me. Unmistakably, I leveled up from A to B. Laid this beat like it was masonry. Don't play with me. Going higher than the rest of them. Flying, we caress the wind. Tower over lesser men, taller than the Nephilim. Use it like a sharp sword, so you will respect the pen. Claiming my reward every day, I put the effort in. Jewels around the throat chakra like a diamond necklace. Gather knowledge, drop clues like a crime detective. I took the road less traveled, found divine direction. We on the plane of existence with space and time connecting.
Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Fly with us, fly with us, fly with us, fly with us, fly with us. Fly with us.
Submitting to the powers of the ages, ascension to the spheres of the ancient realms of the ages, without years or data. Alpha and Omega, eternal light body. House is the quasar, attended to the feather gathering around the rings of Saturn, where the kings and queens look African. In the vesica, shape gate for the messenger. The boundless universe is in the plethora. I'm stretching up, initiated in the secrets of the deepness. The resurrector, mental projector. Words appear in burning letters. I wear the technicolor coat on my ghost. Soft energy as I float. Down my memories I see smoke. All planets yield to the mathematics. Organic and inorganic. 613 commandments for equality. One must knowledge the overstanding seen in panoramic. My solar body meets with the etheric body. Atmospheric rhythms, healing. I feel godly. Worlds above, curls my blood. Release every cell like my mind's hurled in drugs. Supreme alphabet, made me a king with the calculus. Maybe like a dream, I'm an alchemist. You leaving the gods of Egypt when you pass the Falcon test. Your final secret, find the mountain next. Walking through smoke, quoting speeches from Malcolm X. Holding the tablets of space. You haven't faced your greatest challenge yet. You have faith you're about to regret. Face to face with Russian roulette. A game of chess, you place the bet. I'm making threats, finger flicking through the aces on the deck. A car race or a debate to see who's best. Savage heaven, strange universe, planet 7. Grab your weapons, people from planet Earth. Manic depression, alien religion, solar system prison. Draconian spies, gene mixing, reptilian allies. Palladian skies, Nephilim size. The Most High, indigenous tribes. The feds' hats and bow ties. The lamb reflection in the crow's eyes. The son of man, resurrection and the bold rise for tides. Money, how many times I watch it go by. I must have been no more, about 4 or 5. My auntie caught the Holy Ghost. 10 white men, a slave while they hold a rope. The 70s, Ali did the rope of dope. 80s, Scarface put his nose to coke. To rap about the truth, that was my only hope. Catholics, Baphomets in the back of a bony pope. Took an oath to a stony goat. They said Jesus fed the thousands with a loaf. 5 breads and tuna fish, while Shiva fed millions with turmeric. Numerish, the Sumer myth of a super ship. Modern man in a computer chip. The fans don't understand how I keep doing this.
belongs to those who have free minds. Those who can see behind the veil of illusion, know the truth, and can stand on it.
My pro-black, really pro-black, anti-hip-hop dress code. That's no cap, no vax. My white cells assassinate. Any kind of virus get chewed up, masticate. My immunity's indestructible. I'm a pillar of my community, no deductible. General Tucson leading the revolution. To black problems, we are the only fucking solution. No outsiders, no white saviors, we gatekeeping. I keep trying to wake them up cause they stay sleeping. Jooks is armed with ancestral wisdom. system. So I don't trust people that still trust the system. We gotta eat like Sebi, fight like Ali, think like Malcolm, migrate to Merca, Somali. I carry my own water, so I value every drop of it. Drowning at the bottom, so I swim up to the top of it.
If I say it, then I mean it. I'm never backing down. Only a few real ones left now. If it's truth, then I'ma stand on it. If it's justice, then I'ma stand on it. If I say it, then I mean it. I'll never take it back. And if you ever hear me say it, then it's facts. That's my word, and I'ma stand on it. That's what you heard, I'ma stand on it. Yeah. What happened to principles, character, fortitude? Healing through alchemy, magic is what I'm born to do. Time to purge the planet from human toxicity. People do any and everything for publicity. It's way out of control, destructive, they weak and careless. We either stand for what is right or else the people perish. Putting these devils in a panic, now we got them frantic. The righteousness of justice is poetic, Pac and Janet. You don't know lies from truth when you wearing blinders. Wisdom separates the strong people from the spineless. They tell me to kill them with kindness, be considerate, but everybody's capping out here, nothing's legitimate. Nobody surrounded us everywhere, but the souls is missing. The enemy is always watching and the ops is listening. No wonder most of these people feeling defeated. The language of God is encoded and they can't read it. If I say it, then I mean it. I'm never backing down. Only a few real ones left now. If it's truth, then I'ma stand on it. If it's justice, then I'ma stand on it. If I say it, then I mean it. I'll never take it back. And if you ever hear me say it, then it's facts. That's my word, and I'ma stand on it. That's what you heard, I'ma stand on it. Rusty Chucks, Ty Phoenix, yeah.
Yeah, welcome to the A of A, but it's the remix. Now what you got to say?
Remix. Shucks.
Vibration going up, so get out the way.
Welcome to the A of A. This is when Jupiter aligns with Mars, when the moon is in the 7th house. As this Aquarius combines bars, these heavy punchlines hit you in your mouth. Then I say welcome to the A of A, where information comes free, still you gotta pay for living expenses, food, artillery. A black Adonis fighting harder than the Creed trilogy. I'm leading my fam as the breadwinner, the spirit guider, the protector, head spinner, dead sinner. I'm in the middle of the mayhem, not for games, don't you ever try to play him. Official air sign, I'm a rare find, 100 reps hitting every step on the stair climb. Everybody welcome to the A of A. Intellects ducked down when my mind sprays. Everything is changing on the world stage. We here now, it's the Aquarius age.
Everybody welcome to the A of A. Everybody can't go and it can't stay.
Third eye pump, so what a hater say. I left y'all clean cut like razor blades. Yeah, I'm a psychic, 12 houses ignited. Moon and Scorpio hook the bait, then watch you bite it. Yo, I glow like the moon, my tongue a silver spoon, igniting angles of light while sipping Lotus Bloom. Age of Aquarius, smooth like Sagittarius. Came out the underground, you would think my name was Harriet. Yo, whoever thought I have 500,000 followers? That's what you get when you rock with black astrologers. So ain't no stopping me, I guess I'm an anomaly. I had to tell it honestly, I'm probably born a prodigy. I walk with no apologies, age filter alchemy. You hated me as job blessed but fell in love with Mama T.
Ordinary life can hold extraordinary potential. You gotta feel it to believe it, that's the vice I'm into. I like my poison organic, baby, the price is mental. I don't make the rules, but I read them all, cause I like to bend them. They try to shame me for my source, so we wrongfully. Now they stuck in lower dimensions, wishing they cross with me. Bitches out your mind, they ask when they talk with me. Cause how the fuck you think I'm alive when this war coming? The veil's lifted, the light revealing dark corners. What was once a conspiracy seem like harsh warnings. Vaccinating the population that mark on. Experiment on the people and bring the martial law in. Politicians in Hollywood do the trafficking, but higher frequencies are united now and we after them. Everybody welcome to the A of A. If you can't move forward, just get out the way. Everything is changing on the world stage. We here now, it's the Aquarius age.
Everybody welcome to the A of A. Everybody can't go and they
they can't stay. Banging this knowledge on your mental like Jesus and Buddha. The force of Kali Yuga with the grace of Queen Afua. Aiming my bars with precision like 100 shooters. I'm the yang and yin, perfect blend of the soul of the lunar. I see 11, 11 sevens, 444, 222s. My angels always ready for war. I see that 888. Now my power's restored. Watching ninjas fall on these swords. Now they gotta applaud. Age of Aquarius, my water bearers make it happen. Your karma's on the line, ringing like the planet Saturn. Generational curses broken, we shift the pattern. You stupid if you think I came out of the rib of Adam. I'm the primordial water flow in the dark fluid. And when you see that open portal, better walk through it. Everybody, welcome to the A of A. Welcome to the A of A. Welcome to the A of A. Everybody can't go and they can't stay.
The return of the black ancients. Ain't watered down, never gonna change shit. Upper echelon rap, high rank shit. Your black ass ain't invited to my banquet. Boom, guess who stepped up in the lobby? The empire crumbled like a cookie. Taraji, Phoenix so serious beat like Anunnaki. Flow they can't copy, fire like wasabi. Nah, B, I don't take selfies with them rabbit ears. I'm in my battle gear, bars out the stratosphere. See me rocking one ring like a cavalier. I spin the wheel my way, make magic appear. With the retro approach, the nice stay humble, see the best don't boast. I take them to the heights where the rest won't go. Since the 80s when the hood was on that Esco coat. This is for my grown-ass milks, the seasoned queens, sophisticated mommies who achieving things. Kale smoothie in my cup, got the leafy greens. Woke niggas stay up while you sleep and dream. Rap Martians, black like carbon. Trouble man classic, track so Marvin. Other niggas rap about an Aston Martin. I'm an astrologer, this is astro jargon. Fun with it. Jupiter is in my 5th house. Sarcastic bars, I got the slick mouth. Chest poked out like I got a ripped blouse. Ex niggas so tight cause they missed out. Skin copper, voice tone opera. Slave reptilians like the logo for La Costa. 14 karat like gold like an Oscar. Never seen a person try to play me then prosper. Yo, I'm not the illest, well then I'm damn near. Nice since your pops was crushing on Pam Grier. Nice since Muhammad was yelling the chair's here. Since my last life on earth was Pangea. I drop jewels like a diamond mine worker. And now they can't eat like a Ramadan observer. Got the beats, the bars, the brain, the beauty. Your little career, it got averted, no Uzi. Spin the wheel.
I want you like the wind, like the wind, like the wind.
Like the wheel, like the wind, shit, it's my chance to spin it.
So like the wind, like the wind. I want you like the wind, like the wind, like the wind.
Spin it, spin it, spin it, spin it.
So like the wind, like the wind, like the wind.
You can never take the karma for another man's actions. I'm smoking sour that's louder than Sam Jackson. With powder, my hands loud with power you can't imagine. Truck at the wheel, they doubt it can't happen. Hit a math, that algebra phantasm. Like Tipsy on a New Year's Eve on Sam Adams. Your Genesis, you can't drop home like Pan-Africans. I got the key to mothership is still running. Ouroboros alternators if the snakes is real cunning. That ain't a limit, Jesus take the wheel from them to they Pisces and desist from sleeping on this. Taurus is the target, ain't no reason to miss. Roll the wheel till your soul down, squeeze until I hit the center of the bullseye. Heater on my hip, barrel spin like ballerinas. Read the secrets in my lips. The pages that I'm reading wasn't even in your script. Extra bullets that I keep in the eclipse. The grand wizard Ty Phoenix is a witch. Magic wine drive by when they need another fix. Of that mystic magic, just admit it, it's a classic. Slow motion when we dipping through the traffic. Pituitary gland make my vision cinematic. Circles in the sky wheels tell them why we leading. The spokes are the angels, the message are a beacon. Bible in the sky, need a telescope to see them. The signs to the time, preaching lessons through the seasons. North, east, west, south, telling me the news. Billboard, star chart, excellent reviews. They be thinking they on fire when they never lit the fuse. It's what they gotta feel. We got that hot appeal. Zodiac rims in the center of the guava peel. Raise your octaves up, see how the hydraulics feel. Like a test drive, DMV exam. Divine motor vehicle, the body of Islam. Mars at the gas pedal, Saturn at the brake. We the Navi, learn to navigate the patterns of your fate. Take the scenic view, moving through your mind. 12 houses, 12 states, cruising through the signs. The toes what you told when you move across the line. Taught some sense for the fools to build bridges with. Wood grain, Zodiac tart, I'm still whipping it. Burning rubber on the numbers on the hovercraft. Zodiac dashboard, solar disc hubcap. Agree with the point like I'm sticking up a thumbtack. It ain't a punchline, it's just a love tap. DJ's running back, let's run another lap. Around the human race, following the sun's tracks. As Ziggy, you be doing willies in the sky. Cause when it rains, they say the spirits have to cry. Each drop is a 9-par for life from the eye of God. When it lands, it makes a circle with rings. That's the butterfly effect. Even Mercury has wings. Never crashed or the gas, what kind of miracle am I? Tiger in the next lane, science make your head strain. Yell it out till you popping out a neck vein. A couple 100,000 more hopping out of jets in Spain. Still advance, you think that the Jetsons came. Navigators rocking feathers made of stellar flames. Our Taurus maintain the same appetite. Will of force and pack, say facts and bear the mic. Bringing fire to the game back like candlelight. In the blackout, this history that can't be right. The trail we started blazing, they know I'm bars verbatim. My cancer cars amazing, we got them all for gates.
The fortune like the wind, like the wind, like the wind.
Every day, your day.
I want the fortune like the wind, like the wind, like the wind.
Spin it, spin it, spin it, spin it.
Like the wind, like the wind, like the wind.
Spin it, spin it, spin it, spin it, spin it.
Like the wind, like the wind, like the wind.
Like the wheel of like four shit, four shit.
I want the fortune like the wind, like the wind.
The next guests have taken the art of rapping to music's highest levels as they join us to do the latest single, an absolute smash entitled
The magical mystical. Sit down, let me hit you with this good soul sermon. Seems so urgent, the way my flow emerging. Niggas like to talk quick, but they slow learning. You forgot me like a pot on the stove burning. Dropping gems that can heal you, just like elixir. Freemasons can't erase Phoenix from the picture. Dope oratory, spit it by the gallons. Colors in my aura like aurora borealis. You gotta learn astrology, you can't ignore the will. Divine protection, all up in my force field. Spiritual war is real, they want a Jordan still. I'm getting paper the same color as chlorophyll. I am the new decision like a quarter pill. It's all the same meaning, God's plan of Lord's will. Plant more seeds in vitro. Frequency turned, my atoms on fleek mode. Thank you for coming out this evening. Nobody dropped jewels like we bring. Ever since the shorty wop, I could see things. Astrology to Kabbalah to the I Ching. Deep alchemy quotes, they hit your heart zone. I write galaxy notes, no smartphone. And if I'm doing alchemy, then why challenge me? Trollers, they watching like Malcolm on the balcony. But I'm winning, vindicated by the victory. Popping off like Peter with this rap ministry. Tell me your birthday, I gotta check the synastry. I gotta see how we can calibrate this energy. Chilling in my tie zone, no anarchy. Real soul, slide stone, where the family. Fourth house, Cancer moon, let it bless me. Feminine grace, she Oshun sexy, 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 sexy.
Yo, Ty, yo, this groove right here make me feel like I'm dancing in the stars. This that mystical magic, they be wishing they had it. This is dose of uncut for the living fanatics. From the pineal gland crystal that sits in my attic. That God deity, DMT, DVD, holographic Blu-ray, sacred flower bouquet. Some say the clouds were too gray. My thoughts are pixie dust like baby powder on a new day. Sprinkled by the hidden hand, floated in the ether since the spirits in your liquor stand. For the believers who don't go through the procedures, who can know without seeing when your omen is the gift of man. My skin was sewn from the hopes of all the dreamers. Alpha to theta, delta to beta, serenade your brainwaves. We living in fantasia. I'm not a shock when we giving the fans tasers. Serving Mount Pyramid, sitting on Grand Masons. They can't ignore it, the vision's too damn major. It's mathematically visible, playing data like phones with no contract. We broke from the trap, the metaphysic God rap. Ain't no holding it back. These zombies under deep spells, wouldn't know if it's rap. spirals in the seashells, mark the road to get back. And this ain't the full meal, it is only a snack. We gon' see the fakes hating when we in the same spaceship that y'all had. With my pulse low, you catch these felines. Feel my lines when I'm flowing like that. It's the law of attraction. See the flaws, got me laughing. You a magnet that repels. You don't only attract. See the magic in our spells. Now I'm bashing, you can yell. God, take their mind higher like I'm passing them to hell. Vesica Pisces like we wrapped it in Chanel. Mother Nature is the holy zodiac that keeps our DNA braided so our soul is intact. Amethyst, tanzanite, purple stones in my lap. Full moon, white and jewelry be glowing like that. I broke the ice that had the avatar in it. I've never cast a spell that had no average bars in it. Jupiter conjunct, got no average Mars, get it? Turn into the Hulk, leave it savages. Card dentist with a pinky touch on a matchbox with a dollar. Now I'm the kid, straw man, paper dolls for paper dollars. How they control man, invisible strings. I ride from the sun with invincible wings. From a Mevaconda, my every mantra's a heavenly opera. Peace to the new gods, the beast, clear truth gods. Smoke with the rasta sip, blue with the blue eyes. Zodiac shaman, holy map watching. Forth through Saturn's race like an astronaut boxing. Don't be fools, go to school, don't be hard heads. Come to me, call up Ty, get your chart read. Ace of spades, they amazed how the cards spread. Redesign, teach the blind what the stars said. The zodiac redesigned is the dark web. Got us living cage free like the farm eggs. Reattach the Godhead, knowledge the lead. You should pay to go to cosmic physics college instead. It's Kai Zodiac and titanium. Perform live on the stage in your mind stadium. Get your mind right, raise your vibranium. It's Chaldean design, sometimes Sabian. Listen, it's not a temporary trend. These are ancient secrets here. Y'all gon' wake up in the end. To every rhyme that you wrote, you can go delete it. Two serpents, one mic like a double helix. Think it's the US, then poof, you in ancient Egypt. You in ancient Egypt. You in ancient Egypt.
I'd like to say it's off and to have you with us. We'd like to come back real soon and do some more things.
Zodiac, and Ty Phoenix, representing polarity, iller than ever before. Polarity, that's the universal law.
You know Phoenix set it off right. Haters mad they can't copy the archetype. Awesome light that's glowing out my avatar. MCs rather spar, get sabotaged. Our destiny was written in the ethers. That's why we make shit look seamless. Gotta resurrect the people when they fall behind. Can't carry a leader, I'm a cardinal sign. Two sides to the laws of attraction. There's an equal and an opposite reaction. We represent all signs, no slacking. From Leo love to Aquarius detachment. Top renegades, lyrical assassins. Y'all not made of the same type fabric. We here to ascend. God in human skin. In the game of life, baby, all we do is win.
Bullseye till I Scorpio, I'ma shoot again. Word killer, that's Gemini, getting the aid verbal. Edibles that can get them high with a taste. We all satisfied, we really just getting by on the plate. Wow, that's a planet without an end. Getting my infinite plane, I spin around it again. Liquid fire is spilling out of my pen. We overturning this ending how it begins. Handcrafted Ouroboros, leather boots on the ground grass. Orange field, audible meal, this made it sound rash. I drift off like the smoke from the barrel of shaft. The principal with such class, I balance the staff. Too late to sip a rewind from the hourglass. I calculated each step even without math. Screw the lightning bolts in the sky. I rush the clouds, crash, thought wheels spin in the sky even without sun. Sun,
dark,
light,
dark,
high,
low,
day,
night,
sun,
left, right, flow,
as above,
so below. We on a mission to slay the enemy totally. Bars is deadly, weaponized poetry. I'm held up in high esteem with respect. Swords the pinnacles of every queen in the deck. What? You ain't never seen God in the flesh? Can't duplicate the qualities that we possess. We gon' make them all bow down and confess. You in 3D, we playing 5D chess.
You know the league's best, don't you see the finesse? The plan is planning everything, no needing to guess. We just kicking the door in, we don't need a request. Uranus, the one-man SWAT team, kaboomerang. Spun the block, got it made, swiping all your clocks clean. It's our time, speaking crystals in the watch screen. The stars align, they admitted we the top team. We manifested every vision, these are not dreams.
Beams from the sun shine like a Leo. Aquarius, the opposite, that's the people. Capricorns on the rise straight through the ceiling. All my Cancer crabs in touch with their feelings.
Every season from the star shit. Back-to-back hits, I ain't never seen the armies miss.
Go to war like an Aries if you bring beef, or like a Libra, we can negotiate peace.
For my Sag archers, Gemini thinkers, Leo on the stage, Aquarius change bringers.
Gemini, that's the twins, yeah, cause it's two. Sag hopping on flights, then schooling you.
This for Scorpios, killing them with my Taurus bulls. Virgos working they shift, Piscean orbital. Sun, dark, light,
dark,
high, low, day, night, sun, left, right, ebb, flow, as above,
so below.
There's a polarity to all day. Ain't no fall without spring. Very head to the tail. Keep on balancing the scale. World on. Ty Phoenix. Kai Zodiac. Yeah. Bruce Zeroy, the truth from no decoy. Hey yo, lung food spirits flipping, catch the arrow while blindfold. To know without knowing, searching for the sublime glow. No longer your master taught you everything I know. That's when the master said our time was complete. Told me about the 7 levels I was trying to reach. Kick Rick, go medallion, left to fly through the streets. The beat of unsung joy, seek for some dumb goy. Turn into a wise man, that was some dumb boy. Bruce Lee upon the screen, while they breaking the aisle. Somebody smashed their radio, watch them breaking his style. Sort of walking to the room, shorty breaks in a smile. Hands on his face, points to me, he's praising my style. Fist in my face, surrounded, he's clowning, I can't listen. The secret, erase eyes and clouded by ambition. Listen, he said I got something real for you in these hands. Superman stories about the legendary Z-Man. The White Side, Bruce Zeroy, they spoke deep plans with these hands. I give them the beats with no tree brand. Please I make a toast with just one glass up. During the show, a fool screaming, shut your dumb ass up. Out the book of life given, only one match struck. But all 50 of you come to the stage just for the fun of it. Smashing heads, biting their legs, chopsticks, I'm done, I dipped. Stepped on the elevator, press number 7. I thought I reached the final level, but it wasn't heaven. Kai Elohim, the bar, kissed the rhythm of the nighttime. Begging Vanity to spin the song and get the night fine. But she declined his offer, Eddie was pissed. Lil bro was in the crowd, catching the kiss. Eye connection while she left him, hopping the side of the lift. Caught her slipping by the exit, driver stressing his fist before it struck her, caught his hand and put his men in the twist. Helped her rubber eyes connected, then I left in the mist. Quick, Eddie was living with his men all bruised. Back at the dojos, on off walk, they made me bend to his shoes. Damn, didn't want to do it, had my mans inside a headlock. Reluctantly, my head dropped. Kiss his shoes, got up, hit the roof back at the rest spot. Logo on the screen, looking fine, it's like a Libra. I get like a diva, I would like to see you. I would like to see him. Fire like a fever, like a lion to the zebra. Even said it'll bring me to if I carry him and rap there. Fashionable cashmere, the crate looks like a half chair. Waited outside, that's when fate would collide. The kidnapped her, but I peeped it, got the place on the ride. Yo, made her watch some garbage video, I kicked in the door. Like Notorious with dots, I threw up hitting all 4. Eddie's head in a piranha tank that dripped on the floor. Hide heads need cool water, take a sip that I pour. Next we hit her ass, posted as she slid off her shoes. Like a bird with a hidden nest, I'm missing the clues. Blindfolded, private eye that blinks, the mission is smooth. Record players spinning slowly, couldn't get in the groove. Love is clumsy, kinda awkward, found the gift that I lose. Present things return more valuable than this I can prove. Made a necklace, made an exit, hope that this is excused. Courts of love is now rejection, like a kiss that's refused. Wanna smash, got a dash, what's a nigga to do? You socket to me, I socket to you. Cool breeze blowing through, dancing posse and crew. Where's the master? Here's the laughter, nothing's funny but you. The master's busy acting silly, left me stuck for a few. On zone, I'm stepping in the pizza shop, whole crew with shoulder pads. Screaming on his folks' dad. Oh, you mean Junior? Yeah, Junior thinks it's going bad. Mama throwing dough in they face like strip clubbing. Little bro got tossed in the trash, yo, kick something. Who plays his garbage shit in the glass in the brick oven? It's better than big loving. Z, I'm the baddest man around, you ain't gotta like me. Just take a chicken-hearted son, now he's gotta fight me. Shut up as they speeding off, hug my mama tightly. They all looking down on me when I'm God Almighty. Hit the heavy bag, imagine the sim. Lord walking, smiling at me while I'm mad at the gym. Said she needs a bodyguard to guard her African skin. Said I should look like a master as she laughed with a grin. So seductive while I'm down the lotus flower that has some bloom. Eddie Arcadian was building up his cast of goons. Am I the meanest, the baddest, and the prettiest? Keep your money, I just wanna smash until he's hideous. I'll bump into Laura, the apologies mine. Took a ride, look inside, surprised and shocked at one time. Kissed her while my brother spying is a lot on the line. Like Bruce and his opponent's lay, I jetted, not a good time. Once the coast was clear, the folks appeared and tied them up both. Set the stage to be some left the case of silence they host. Hey my man, with his looking like when pie gets a hoax. Straight from Daddy Green's pizza, rolling dice as I told. I wanna see the master now, put these guys in the yoke. For a fortune cookie machine with hidden lines that I quote. From a master that don't exist, from my that I isn't broke. A former teacher pointed at me like the lines in the scope. I was born a quiet storm, was brewing high in slopes. Brought an arsenal of weapons, crept inside with no growth. Corrupt powers, tied as break dancing, slide from you ropes. Announced me once I hit the stage like I was rhyming the host. In the zodiac circle in the sight buzz spokes. Each degrees and blade and angle cut the pie in the ghost. Nothing chuck and punch struck him, 25 of them smoke. Took a lie at the woke, tossed aside as I choked. They kept coming, always lost to the arrival of most. My students came to shoot a flame, my troops collided the goat. Tasting Eddie through a warehouse, bullets fly through the toast. Though a ninja starts and darts and turn the sky to a roast. Save my brother from a scuffle, locked inside of us both. Shut up every simple final boss and working it slow. Ducking kicks and blocking punches with berserkers I throw. Many certain blows kick me through the surface exposed. I return the favor, resting while he's hurting. I pose and turn a second, then he vanished in return with a glow. Who's the master, Bruce and battered to the surface below. Like red lightning at his fingertips, you hurting him so. Couldn't say it till I waited in the waters to grow. It's one place I never looked to find the source of the flow. Emerging from the baptism, back dripping like a rich apostle who became Christ. Like the fish couldn't miss the gospel. Saw visions in the mind, swimming with no goggles, no gillies on the kid. Waited but I didn't wallow. The last time I had emerged, Fibonacci spiral. Like a Vitruvian man, to the heights I flew. Glistening radiance, more like a supernova. You got the glow, I got the glow, go check the beauty thrower. Can I kick him to the tub, this dude is dookie odor. Z-Boy green Taurus, what you gonna do to Yoda? Hung him out to dry and see the bullets about to fly. Bow scum suck, put a trigger out and down they cry. And when he came to check, my body was dead. Caught the bullet in my teeth and I stuck inside of my head. That's how my joints got crooked, look how he got tied up instead. Pigs took him over, looking off the side of the ledge. I'm still glowing, still growing to the skies I spread.
If I could, I'd spend it all again with you.
Hold my hand, sit with me in the groove. I walk in, all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? And our last life to death couldn't keep me from you. Hold my hand, sit with me in the groove. I walk in, all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? And our last life to death couldn't keep me from you. So I live forever. Many lives search for hidden treasure, live a lecture, found it within. And I'm too rich to measure, miss your nectar, miss the net, miss illumination, misses never. You the circle and the circumambulation, stay on point in the center with the perfect grand equation. I greet you with a kiss on your third eye when you awaken. Mother in the sun, that's the science of a mason. In time I had to grow beyond the ciphers I was raised in. Achieved the 7 circles and I mastered the glow. 7 lead proceeds, the reason I fall back with the show. Astrology's gotta lead us, I imagine it so. Bruce, Zodiac, Royal, casted in gold. Soul reaper, flow bleacher, I done shattered the mold. The pattern is cold, your lab is my abode. This path is too cold, it's warm in your presence. Beauty so pure, it was born from the essence. Galore effervescence. Each moment we're together is a reward, it's a present. That's why it's called presence. Brightest fluorescence. Hear ye, feel me, silence all peasants. I spit it all with you if I had 94 seconds. Years, months, and days, the science is all lesson. You could be be my classmate. Beauty in your math shape. Truth you couldn't castrate. A blind film directed this movie, it wasn't half-baked. Zodiac calendar, remembered every past date. Money is time. Spending every cent with you, cause I'm in love with your shine. Hold my hand, sit with me in the groove. I walk in, all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? And our last life to death couldn't keep me from you. Hold my hand, sit with me in the groove. I walk in, all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? And our last life to death couldn't keep me from you. Body guardian, protector of the vanity mirror for Zora charging them. Set them throwing punches, he beat him by outsmarting them. Clowns charging it, but rarely challenges come. Word spread fast, and they don't want to battle the one bro who beat the shogun to the gun show. What's up though? Outside the shop with Richie posted up to see bus flows. Years passed, cry like tear gas in the wind. The whole neighborhood was sad when Pops moved from his skin. Asked Richie to run the shop, he couldn't do it right then. After starting a rap career, he made a group with his friends. Moved the jerks to disturb, he was smooth with the pen. Like Eddie, when he moved to the pen, called two to the chin. His first night alone with no crew to defend. Along with Laura at events, only a few could attend. Lifestyles and glamour, hoping I ain't losing my zen. Until Laura started stiff and white, abuse it again. Can't protect her from herself, can't excuse or pretend. Throwing punches at addiction, hurt her too in the end. From a man to a god, now he's human again. Off screen with stimulants, but on screen they're innocent. Time flew clean for some years, remaining vigilant. Wrong crowd playing songs loud behind the limo tent. Bonded and never glad to weather the storm. Her leggings egging me on like the head of a sperm. Now she's pregnant, got the silver glow, her belly was firm. Before Nas, war scars here to never return. My old master reached Miami and he left in an urn. On a mission, he could only go to heaven to learn. To see his mother, he ain't tell me she was wrestling with worms. Hey yo, had an overzealous student like I'm Nexus, my turn. You know the one that kicked Johnny, kept on telling him stern. He wasn't ready, green with envy, who could measure the burn concern. One day he telling Z-Boy, I'ma be the master soon. Challenge you and beat you from the morning to the afternoon. Your face on the mural, doves, candles, and some black balloons. Hit you with a blow strong enough that it could crack the moon. While you stressing there, warming up your whack platoon. The nerve of this guy with hurt in his eye. All he ever did was train him, now he's thirsty to fly. But I can't grow wings for you till the bird's in the eye. He said gently, as he turning through his shuriken by. In his peripheral, recorded, are you sure we getting by? Won't take no for an answer. We kept his back to him and his glow with the grandeur. The long rocking yellow tight clothes like bananas. Question marks coming at his dome like the antlers. Cameras camouflaging the stones like salamanders. While scanning reviewed the footage, it was there and he knew it. His student had an emerald green glow when he threw it. Rep is so faint, took the tape just to view it. He hit the rooftop, took a break to compute it. And Laura like, come and get this played. I just stewed it while dancing the soul music. He planted it so rooted, the channel is so fluid. From horse dances, thought branch with birds on the limb. And with chirping thought bubbles, that emergency grin. She like, you know, I could read you like a psychic again. Like I write it in pen. Express lines would extend between the temples in your head. Held them tightly and then a loud giggle in the back. They little guys like tennis, calendars flip. And time when clocks to turn digital. The troubles they forgotten but watching nurse miserable. Steady growing stronger to shock the world cynical. Saw it in him since a young seed pod, the florist. Read in the star thesaurus. Destiny is marching toward us. The most wealthy with the chi or the star porous. He wants the power for himself cause he got Mars and Taurus. After he left the school, some legends that say he went to get a drink and ran into the devil that day. Familiar voice from behind, he still remembers the way he had Z-Boy shook enough to kiss his steps on display. In his 50s, hair streaks turned electrical gray. Unshaven, drunk laying, punch his head in the days. He be starting bar fights, believing stressing his prey. Still biting kicks, flying fists, weapons to play. They pursued him to the alley once he stepping away. Zone up, he yelled twice, turned no second delay. Said he wants to build a rap, started stretching like, hey, I just got a proposition. Fight me and I'll listen. Above heard the peeping toms hiding in the kitchen, close they blinds. If you last one round or have an open mind, kicked you out, did he blows clashing any given time. He's staring at his one eye raised to gain a couple pounds, searching for the golden glow in him, but it still wasn't found. Swinging, kicking over trash cans before they touched the ground. Made him levitate with his rage, guess he in trouble now. Ducking down, buckle up, taking him to Knuckle Town. Red light, green light, counted 1 to 3, right? Talbot underneath height, dude became solid, muscle pounding in the street fights. When he told him that's the power of the J Dragon, but he can't hold it long enough and it's still faint passing. With Bruce Z-Roy, they had a mutual contempt, so they joined forces cause they both knew what it meant. Bond that grew to cement, bound to show him how to harness it and shoot with intent. Enough he did it all in all. Redemption and revenge as the meanest, he just wants to get his mention in the end. Z-Roy, behind the glow, still perceives the pump. My training, you be ready, you can eat him for lunch. New moon above their heads, Mars and Venus conjunct. Z-Roy, oblivious, wouldn't even have thunk. While he teaching the young guard to retreat from a skunk. Fight him and you both stink, who can weep through the funk? As he sat and meditated, holding beads of a monk. Have you fought inside the rings of a tree in the stump? Can you calculate the amount of tea leaf that I drunk? He could levitate for minutes, he could leap with a jump, and even teleport. Whoever thought the flow would remain, and evolve beyond the Kundalini, open his brain, and it transferred to his son in the fallopian rain. He's that blue star Katrina that the Hopis explain. Couldn't see the ultrasound cause it was glowing in flame. Blue light and indigo that still shows in his vein. Taught to keep his talents hidden, never show it in vain. To make it through a small window if you go through the pain. Light, but some lessons only smoke can explain. I rose up the chain, the sun you awoke in this plane. Child of the indigo that was born in the glow. So I answered every question that you wanted to know, but will it last and melt away like writing thoughts in the snow? If you learn the ways of nature, you can talk to a pro. They spend weeks out of state, taking walks as they grow. Steps of ascension, walks on the path to bloom. For the seeds stressing they leaves, but they don't have the room. It all started as a word that it happened. The head tells the tale, the return of the dragon. Steps of ascension, walks on the path to bloom. For the seeds stressing they leaves, but they don't have the room. It all started as a word that it happened. The head tells the tale, the return of the dragon. More relaxing since they moved to the A. We bought a new club together, pulled their roots from the clay. They celebrated, lift the ceiling on the coupe that was gray. The sun went to close the club, but guess who's shooing away? Pushed me back instead of attack, this man moved in the play. With techniques his pop taught him, 6 moved in the fray. 6 more that stood above him in acoustic array. Kicked 2 over the steps, 3 with shooters to spray. His blue aura bounced backwards to the music they play. Royal Priesthood on the map, no one dude's in the way. On the stage, but about as nostalgic, you hear, you know why. But this woman's fighting blindfold, see with no eyes. He made his final call with no phone. Ain't need a boat side, no way that we can find our way home and leave the boat dry. It's raging waters of bears, slaughter the final foe. The lights from now darkest in the limelight. show. Reading over bright emerald, and it isn't for show. But like stories of his father throwing fists in the road. So persistent with blows, but for show can slow time down. A spell could just rock you to sleep and slow your mind down. A headphones neutralized. If he could get the high ground, they had the same teachers, so he remembered his moves. Broke the DJ table, split it, spinning kickers improved. They throwing records back and forth, take a trip to the blues. When he was on the ground, bleeding lightning hit him for food. On his feet, but not the floor, ain't feel the tip of his shoes. Rip the suit from off his chest, and his assassin sense was avant-garde. He got lessons in Medina, check the knowledge. God's Z logo on his tank top is like a calm massage given by the hands in the wind that made the monologue. The self-talk that made itself walk with no entourage. Battleground, spitting outside like his bomb the dark. The show waited years for this day, close to an eon. Hit him like a prayer from the ghost of an imam. Zone of God Mecca, I'm the shogun of Pilon. Then he got hit so much blows he couldn't respawn. Plan to go to war with the wicked with no Dion. I'm the one you must hurry with no Dijon. The blue aura cold in his veins just like Freon. The blow like it's neon, punch a hole in a Nissan. Knock them out cold with no shoulder to lean on. Perspective that they had that was so disagreed on. Both of them were reborn, then Z-Roy and Logan came. Pulling up, looking all struck, his son and off for pain. His mother joked with Superman now, and they still call the name. But that's the tale of another overwoven snake. Dragon tail scales of a song that we can all relate. Talk to face messages that spoke with no tongue. We're so proud of you, you're everything we hoped you become. As the sunrise approached, his toast to the sun. It's like man, woman, child, all awoken as one. Full circle, the return of the dragon. Spine full of musical scales, so just imagine the serpent in the sound waves back with flying past them. Seven seals, zodiac, all Messiah fashion. Full circle, the return of the dragon. 360 degrees, what am I lacking? Not a thing, shining stars in the ring. Birth of the zodiac god, divine passion. Yes, yo, it all started on a silent night. Watching old footage tapes spinning back when beats of y'all skipping like a high delights. He trying to fight, he hiding like pillow rays. Why you trying to swing it while I'm trying to like this Indo haze? Kimbo blade, slice of an essential page of life, an instrumental stage. He'd overwrite to catch the ball game. He had the time to say, car crashing, memory lane. She's switching dialect with match. She go the street from classy. When we laying upstairs, don't even ask me. He smirking car passing outside. The beat was nasty, but it's sweet like taffy. On the precipice of making up, felt a slight tremor. Had the edifice shaking up, accompanied by 3 loud bangs. Now they racing upstairs, unprepared to see if the baby's waking up to their surprises. And they're levitating his trucks while he floating in midair with arms placing the crux on this one side of his room where it was raining too much as dark clouds hugged the ceiling. Thunder rolled from his soul, the sound was unappealing. They hit the ground, kneeling close enough to pick their jaw off the floor. Profound feeling, they both stopped, so amazed that to the left his toy train just dropped on the train tracks. Too shocked to explain that. If every month's a circle, he done ran about 8 laps. His soul was navigating his plane without a maze map. The air was spiral circle, his crown without a wave caps. He rose and tried to grab him real slow. You'll always stay back. It's when they heard her from outside. It's just a stray cat. He giggled, yawned, and everything fell. He just lay flat. Rolled his mother, sang him to sleep. I need a late snack. Wheels turning in his cranium too fast. Orange juice with pulp, he poured it straight in a huge glass. They hit up they booze stash. The liquor was too brass. He's really no drinker. Made exception for this. As she joined in the kitchen, had their heads in a twist. What's it mean? Cut the scene. We ain't ready for this. So they sat and watched the movie, ate a Mexican dish. As he reached and grabbed the phone that was next to his fist. Caught his main man Johnny. They still cool. His thoughts inside his brain ran. Finally ring, that's a native course. Wiping the tomato sauce from off his beard before his ear was hit with the grenade he tossed. Switching back to pacing forth, meditating, facing off, incense burning, made him corpse and many questions pondered while he sits in the stool. Will he electrocute somebody if he swims in the pool? With his power, will he listen when we give him the rules? Should we send him to school? was his energy fuel. It is what the master meant then about the beauty that he could bring to the world by Johnny yapping over needless things like using them for battery jumps. And no one needs a string retrieving rings from out of the drain below the ether spring for moving heavy things. You can charge a levitation fee. I regret calling you, he thought, but said, okay, I see. Let him talk while he daydreaming about things that came to be. Prophetic vision series made to see that made him flee. Daughter, he was too afraid to open, hid away the key. But that brought him to a flashback. The room turned dim in every corner of it abstract. The night he got the glow, his senses heightened like a jam-packed city getting ransacked. Critters in the sand trap, hourglass toasted on the roof above the land tap. Let the rhythm hit him if a villain wants the man's mask golden glow. Folks below shivered who be glanced at remain anonymous a few years until the plans hatched. Notoriety just appeared as camera scan fact developed into fiction. Blood edition made it stands cap for many who had seen the footage of the glowing man wrapped in legend lore. Few who ever saw it, people stand clapped of everyone he met. He saw visions when his hands dapped. Random acts of heroism, meddle with the bad rats who mess with him and try to plant heroin in his knapsack. Discovered it's the factory, and more than just a bad batch. Knew they throw a blow before they swing already jab back. Followed by agents claimed his energy was hazmat. Started hitting faster home, listening to jazz tracks. Head nodded like the bull be on the lamb's back. Miles Davis doing sit-ups to keep his abs flat. And every time he went and did a selfless deed, his selves agreed to elevate his level again, and he surpassed that. One night he heard a whispering sound as he was levitating, felt his feet lift from the ground, while the spoken riddles what exists if it isn't found profound. Now think deep, that birth creates you, reveal you. Heard his old master's voice explain the unrevealed clue that led him to a natal chart reading that was real true. Much he started studying the angles of the wheel zoo, looking for answers when his wife is getting real through and acting like she healed on the surface. It's surreal too, walking through life with feet dragging, wearing steel shoes. Circuits of the years flew, searching with no real clue to the stomach why, but what's inside emerging like the seal glue. The thunder cried, they son arrived, the watery home birth. Shocked when they first touched him, dried him off, and he glowed when he nursed. Their tongue was tiny, stunned they rise, the oral he spoke first. Aquarius son tried for the rare, but what they didn't know, across the world another child was born with a different glow. Their lives ran parallel, with destined to cross paths back to his meditation as he stepped through the thought grass. His cherubims walked past while singing at the entrance to the heavens won't cause cast. Switching fast forward to the present time, he stepped in line on which the passport, and he tipsy off one sip he had and gripped the glass awkward. Glasses in the hand, not an A to see the baby three. Doing dishes, cue the missus who done let an angel free. She smirking while he working, trying to learn about the ABCs impatiently. Drew his first letter and he made it Z. If I plant seeds in his mind, one day they'd make a tree. Decided homeschool will be fine. They'll say he's ADD. She disagreed the way his eyes slighted. He was made to ski and insisted anyway. That created a split. And over time the gap widened more than they could admit. So we're in their mind, they pondering if they should just quit. Ever since you started glowing gold, you think you the man. You sure as thought so when I saved you, put this ring on your hand. You ain't even have a brush, asking me for the moves. Finger painted things get layered as he reached for the fuse. To diffuse the situation while she reached for the booze. To replace the while I saved your life, who asked you to move? If you recall, I wanted a bodyguard, you passed to refuse. His ego grew so worse hit harder than a zone of fist. If he could elevate his mental, she was show enough miss. First she cold, then she caring, he would know when she switched, cause he could smell it on the breath. Did he notice the glitch? Then after this they both quiet as they fought with a stare. In an astral body battling the thoughts that they share. As he sets it off, a question slowly tossed in the air. As words became weapons, back and forth with a stare that wrapped eternity in moments way too often but rare. Mental exhibition battle right across in their chairs. They sat motionless and frozen like they lost in the prayer. So their thoughts could flow freely while they fought in the square. Astral body kung fu with punches tossed in the pair. While they dodged, she ain't stopping, he was more than prepared. Because adjustment, it was sorta impaired. He white lotus dip, he barely scratched his aura. He laughed, his wife noticed it, got angry good. Reached for the staff to strike below's bid. Holographic psychic weapons made while in the yoga split. Self-defense classes trained to well to defend. Backflipped and swept his leg, he jumped compelled to the bend. Roundhouse he missed on purpose as he fell in the spin. He smoothly took the staff from her, now was held to a chin. Kissed the forehead, held her hands and they grinned. A short tussle, an opportunity exercising the thought muscle. At first he tried methods to stop it and more subtle till he made some points sharp enough to pop the thought bubbles. Falling back to reality, he caught her, she screamed. Back in body, now they laughing like it all was a dream. With roots stemming from a problem way too small to be seen. From Bruce Z to Zeus B, stopped and reflects. With Lil Z was on the ceiling with binocular specs, looking at his pop study astrological text. But stay tuned to the next chapter for what's following next. Superman origin, step into the Z, swim in the electric waves, making jubilee. From a young seed that is meant to be a tree, son of a dragon tail, the epic of a G. Superman origin, step into the Z, swim in the electric waves, making jubilee. From a young seed that is meant to be a tree, son of a dragon tail, the epic of a G.
Fatal blow.
It's happening again. Run! Run!
CUT. That's a wrap on scene 42.
Cut. That's the one. I know you was about to pass that. I know the arguing was fake, but the headache is real.
Carry the weight of remorse and confusion at equal measure. As I return to my throne with my foot on the black stone with Hebrew letters. Silence swallows my courts. The justice becomes stiff as a corpse. As the weight of my words sit in their thoughts. Priests of infinite force. Their faces etched with questions. Then shook like an etch-a-sketch. Out the text, how did he resurrect? I'm out of the second death, the house of Melchizedek. Not dying, just held my breath. Start climbing from hell steps. The gravity of the situation began to settle. They said horrified, he's in the skin of the devil. An eerie suspense, each discovery echoed. Chambers of whispered fears and fractured stories of my missing years. Now I'm back on glory. The enigmatic writing with the tip of a lightning is frightening. In my textbook that death put with hearses, writing fork green verses and red hooks. Inside of my bed-style bars, it's all shots. I found skills in Brownsville, wall to wall with ops. More things to jot, more things to watch. From the task push to Flatbush, a ring around the block. All the hood flicks and Bushwick. It's like I wrote with a bullet. From my memoirs gun, triggers, ideas pulled it. The results unschooled the reality. Sun Tzu's mentality, this kung fu that balanced me. But T makes me the Alpha Omega MC. I died laughing, attended my own funeral, left wine glasses, shedding tears of joy like weddings. In the atmosphere near destroyed, my index on Jesus' death. Till I get my point across, took the stride of torrents, trying to wipe the anointing off. Lamps with no oil, y'all vessels for the devil. Throw shade, roll over in your grave, I got the shovel. My face in the tarot. Read your palm, see the storm, escape from the ghetto. Where the air thickens a pair of griffins above the stained glass window sitting. Angels clash in my writtens. There's blood, paint, and ashes in my scriptures. Back off, this ain't what you asked for, it's forbidden. You don't need a passport, all you need is a thought, it's cemented. Dimensions, you're going in and coming out every sentence. Peace to Kai Zodiac, Star Map Ascension. Priesthood recordings, standing ovation, the whole nation. I can see Julius Caesar applauding. The search now through purple clouds. Shout out to Thurston Howe, polo shirts through power. Ourselves were across. Ralph Lauren, behold a pale horse. Young men that fell court. Some sell, some snort, some nail to the cross, while others make bail. That's jail in New York, in every city, state, and every coast. Though there's plenty ways to never choke. Never choke.
Kiss the ring, kiss the ring. I'll spare your life.
Born names in the flesh with the hidden wings. I'm talking angles I connect, it's a different thing. We Royal Priesthood, we the wizard.